Alrighty. Hello, and welcome back, my Zero viewers. So, today we are going to continue with what we have been doing. And that's just going to be a little bit more world building. So we are going to continue on with this little magic academy in the central continent of the French-inspired nation with our little magic school. So last we left off, we kind of finished doing a bit of a solid passover of most of the general infrastructure of how the school is going to work in terms of like a school year layout, the kind of classes there are, how many professors will have, clubs, sports, rec activities, and the magic they learn itself. But there are a few things we still have to expand on, and even outside of that, there's still a significant amount more we're going to have to build up in much more detail. But for now, I did a few quick notes off stream, nothing major, just like 2 minutes of note putting. And so we have the school rules we kind of glossed over earlier. Again, this is not bothering to list down like every kind of common sense rule, like no spitting or no like assault. The big main two are just like not allowed to out and about after dark, and not allowed to use magic without a teacher's supervision. So if they break these rules, one of the things we're going to need are going to be punishments. So I haven't really thought much about what kind of punishments will be inflicted for what as of yet. But I think rather than like any kind of general punishment for any rule, like a detention for being out after class or whatever, I kind of like the idea of punishment being based on the teacher who kind of catches them or hands out the rules. So punishments to be dealt with as deemed by the professors who catch rule breakers in the act, essentially. Because keeping in mind that this is going to be a TTRPG world, forget the triple T, like it's all well and good to have like set standard rules to kind of use in special situations and whatnot, but I think in terms of storytelling from like a DM perspective, coming from me who was mostly a forever DM who's never really played before, I think in the heat of the moment, being able to set more custom or unique punishments based on what the misbehaving students have been up to is both more fun and more fitting, rather than just saying, hey, you gotta stay after class a half an hour, because in all honesty, this being a story, I've always seen TTRPGs as a story-driven game. Like, it's not just the players or the DM doing one thing or the other alone from each other. It's kind of working together to build the story together, and a half hour of detention just doesn't sound fun. There's no story there. So if we have students who are sneaking about after dark, for instance, yeah, having a punishment that kind of correlates with that a little bit more just seems like there's a lot more potential for stuff you can do with it. Like being forced to stay out through the night rather than being allowed to return back to your room and assisting the professors with whatever they're doing or some bullshit. So we're just going to leave that as a bit of a general thing like that for now. But outside of that, there are a couple other things I wanted to kind of touch base on. So this is where most of the additional notes I've kind of forward up off stream I've kind of listed. So we need to think about other facilities that the school may have outside of just like literal classes. So a library and some kind of like nurse's office or something are probably the big two. So we're going to create a little thing down here for school facilities. And so this will include information on classrooms, architecture, library, stadium, eating areas, dorm rooms, professor offices, communal areas, pretty much anything like that. And we might also include something about the school utilities, if deemed relevant, like self-cleaning robots or whatever bullshit kind of magic technology we want to think up of at some point. So I don't think I ended up putting the nurse's office. So it might not necessarily be an office with a stationed nurse. It could literally be like a self-operating thing or something, or maybe we have some kind of like support staff outside of the actual teachers. So we'll just take a note here. Yeah, so we'll kind of finalize how we're going to do those a bit later on. Cool. Yes, and I'll quickly add in the amphitheater as well, because I don't want to forget that. Nice. Alright, so outside of that, we also have a few other things. So what kind of magic engineering technology is utilized throughout the school? So that's kind of going to go under facilities and utilities. We'll kind of put those in the same section. So apart from like cleaning, there will also be like self-lighting, some kind of security, door locks, passcodes for entry, and all that stuff. Transportation as well, I'll note down quickly. Cool. And then we'll also have like holidays and festivals, like what the students do with their time off outside of these classes, because we've noted here they do have like days off. Days off / holidays / festivals. And a lot of that might be more dependent on the nation itself at large, rather than the individual school itself. So that could be pushed back off to a later point, but yeah, it's just something we're thinking of for now. I do like the idea of some kind of parent-teacher day thing, but that's something we'll kind of go into a lot later, perhaps. Cool. And yes, so now we are going to have one more little thing here for student resources, basically. So this is basically just going to cover all of the things that students may need to be students at the school. So, for example, we are going to have a school uniform, school ID / travel pass or something. Let's see. Textbooks, magical artifacts. Some kind of 1 maybe. So I haven't fully determined whether or not I want some kind of catalyst or weapon or accessory to be used for magic or not. Because basically, with how this magic works, mostly involving like drawing magic circles and whatnot, I think it kind of does make sense for if we are going to have any one kind of magic class to utilize a wand, it would probably be this specific kind of branch of magic that we are working on now. It just allows for more minute and fine control over movements, and we could even treat these as some kind of like artifact or whatnot. Haven't fully thought up of whether or not we'd want that to be a creation of magic, or whether it's a more natural kind of thing that can just be used to harness magic better. Like we've spoken before about the importance of the environment in cases of magic, and how like some beasts become that grow up in these special environments attuned with like a particular kind of branch of magic's mana. They can also be like minerals and fauna that might be the kind of same thing. So I do like the idea of having some kind of wand made from creatures or materials like that. So yeah, no, I just think that'll be super, super cool. And there'll be a very noticeable difference between like the 4 kind of classifications of magic, depending on the kind of wand they use, because they'll be attuned to different, the different schools of magic. So at the moment, I am very strongly inclined to go with the magic wand route. I'm just gonna... There we go. Cool. Alrighty, so now that we've kind of taken down a lot of that, there is something else we need to do. I've taken down a little note here to determine what kind of magic capability we want for each level of magic, essentially. And I think that is where we may attempt to start today with. Because that sounds really cool, and we kind of need to have a better understanding of how this magic itself works before we really start building up everything else around it. So we know we're going to have the kind of 4 classifications of 4 of the classifications of physics, namely thermodynamics, kinematics, electromagnetism, and optics and acoustics. So let's determine the potency of which these are utilized. So, thermodynamics, mostly heat, cold, energy, stuff like that. I might just do a quick little research. So heat, temperature, energy. Let me see. Just reading here, don't mind me being quiet for a little while here. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred or transformed. Okay. Heat flows from a higher temperature to a lower temperature. G transferred when a force is applied over a distance. Cool. Yeah, if we're going to make magic based on this system, I need to understand how they work. Okay. So, it looks like there's a lot to do with thermodynamics involving energy, basically. So I'm going to take a little note down here. Thermodynamics, in addition to covering heat, cold, also covers energy and the transferring of energy. That can definitely come into play with some stuff a bit later on. Yeah, because this can also deal with solid, liquid, and gaseous forms of this energy application. Okay. How energy is conserved, transferred, and dispersed. So in the real world, that would involve a lot of engines, refrigerators, chemical reactions, biological processes. Cool, good to know. So, as mentioned before, we are going to have a total of 9 levels for each of these classes, basically. And I was a bit torn before as to how I kind of wanted this to work in the context of this kind of wizardy class in general. Mostly because I always felt that it could be a little bit broken if they just get full access to everything at the highest level. So rather than worrying about how much power of each of these different schools any kind of one level of wizard is going to gain access to at this point in time, we're just going to ignore that entirely and think about what we do want kind of each level of wizard to be capable of. And given the wizard concepts from like the Harry Potter world and being like synonymous with wands, whether I like it or not, I think I'm leaning into calling this class more wizard than mage. So let me just get a quick definition on the difference between wizards and mages. So a wizard is literally just a man who has magical powers. And a mage is more so a magician or a learned person. How about magician itself? Yeah, a person with magical powers. So there's not a whole lot of difference between the base definitions. So difference between wizard and magician. Let's see. The main difference between a magician and a wizard is that magicians use tricks in sleight of hand, while wizards cast spells based on supernatural powers. Okay, but that's probably from some kind of other theoretical concept. So I'm just going to see if I can find any other kind of community consensus. And while we could technically come up with our own original term, we don't need to reinvent everything. Okay, based on language, this actually makes things more difficult, if anything. It looks like the origin of the word wizard comes from the word wise, which is somewhat fitting as this is a more learned scientific magical system. The problem is the country itself, the nation of the magic, is based on French, and the word magician comes from the French word magique. Oh, but there's also others who feel mage originates from Latin. Yeah, no, I think wizard's the way we're gonna go. Cool, so I'll try to universally refer to this class as the wizard for now. I might still hiccup here and there, but I'll say this is the wizard class. Alright, so now we need the 9 levels of this magic system. So heating, cooling, transferring of energy. So we've got kind of 8 basic things you can do with it here. So there's the basic heating and cooling. I kind of like being able to use the heating and cooling a bit in tandem. Because there are kind of dual uses with a lot of these schools of magic, and I think rather than like specializing in one or the other within any given branch, it kind of makes more sense to be able to use both a bit more freely, if that makes sense. So let's see. I think just the standard heating and cooling for the very first one seems very kind of fitting. I don't necessarily want them to be able to create ice or fire off the bat, because that feels like it should be a bit more of a specialized thing. But at the same time, I feel that is something they should get sooner than later. So I'm thinking for now, heating and cooling, followed by the transfer of energy, and then burning and freezing. Maybe pretty good for like the first 3 levels, so to speak. And I think I've mentioned this briefly before, but I do like the idea of pretty much every 3rd level being some kind of power spike. So being able to like create fire based on producing a high enough heat, rather than having to rely on pre-existing fire and transferring that energy to kind of manipulate the fire as you wish, feels good to me. One of the things I need to keep in mind with designing this system, though, is another one of the kind of magic-y systems I want to do is more of an elementalist system. And we're talking earth, water, air, and fire elements, not scientific elements. So, keeping in mind that there is going to be another school that can control like water and fire, a different class rather, I need to be careful how I implement differences and balances between the two. So in this case, water and fire are often seen as opposing and contradictory elements, which is good because in the elementalist kind of classification, a water and a fire elemental won't necessarily be able to coexist well within the same person. Which is pretty nice. At the same time, I'm just had a bit of a thought. I'm thinking rather than like taking each of these schools up to the 9th level, maybe each of them can only go up to the 3rd level total. So basically you got like 1 level in thermodynamics or 1 level in electromagnetism and 1 in kinematics, and that basically really kind of locks you out from being able to use the 4th. I know we've kind of had this discussion before as to the hows and whys of they might be able to use 3 but not the other. And maybe that's where the environmental aspect or the wand aspect comes a bit into play. So you need the specific wand attuned to the specific element to be able to use it. Although that doesn't give a reason as to why they couldn't use the 4th if they did have 4 wands with 1 for each. Yeah, we're probably going to be going a bit back and forth on that concept as we kind of go along with this, but yeah, it's going to be pretty much ever-changing as we continue to flesh out development here. For now, though, I think keeping it to just sets of 3 of each for now should be fine. So, kinematics will start with, let me see, accelerating and slowing motion. Then maybe the stopping of motion. So rather than decelerating something, you literally just instantaneously remove all forces of momentum that are in it. And then I'm thinking something to do with force. Let me do another quick look into kinematics. So does this really do anything apart from motion, or can it use motion in different ways? So we've got one-dimensional, two-dimensional, and three-dimensional movement. Maybe we can lean more into that side of things. So they can stop, start, and accelerate as they wish off the bat, but they can only do it within certain dimensions. I kind of like that, because it ties in well with the rule of threes we've got going on. Because again, I think I'd have a lot of issues coming up with some kind of basis for having 9 levels of each of these otherwise. So, first dimensional movement. second dimensional movement and third dimensional movement. Cool. And that makes kinematics useful off the bat, while pretty much giving it unlimited potential within the field of movement. Because basically, the one-dimensional movement, it might not sound as good at first, but you can basically slow or stop or accelerate like projectiles like arrows and bullets, or the same with like a knight's charge or a runner's sprint. And two-dimensional being like adding the left and right to the forward and back, and just pretty much giving you free range of motion anywhere on the ground. And then third level pretty much allows them to fly, which is pretty crazy. All right, now electromagnetism might be a bit more complex. So I'm thinking maybe we can go to optics and acoustics for now, and we'll revisit electromagnetism in a moment. So, we are aware that we can fuck with light and sound in a number of different ways. So there's like reflection, refraction, and all of that other jazz. You should factor in turns and twists like degrees of freedom. Yes. No, that's a good point, actually. Give me a moment. My lovely brother has just returned home. I'm going to say hey quickly. But yes, no, thank you for the point about the degrees of freedom, because I'm just thinking now with the second level of like the dimension of movement, I wonder if that would impact twist or turns, or whether that would be limited until the third dimension. I think for like a gameplay kind of spectrum, it makes sense to be able to do twists and turns with the second dimension, but I don't know if it theoretically is meant to be able to work like that. But maybe that's something we can just ignore for convenience, or we can test it a little better in terms of like play testing, because even when you think of how a lot of D&D works, for instance, it's generally on a bit of a two-dimensional grid space where you can only move forward, left, and right anyway. So from gameplay, it kind of makes sense. It's just going to be the actual like narration of movement where there might be some kind of dissonance in that sense. Alrighty. In the meantime, though, how do we want to deal with optics and acoustics? So we have light and sound. So amplifying or dampening light and sound feels like a very solid first tier level thing to do. Cool, because in that case what we can do is like cause a very bright flash of light or a very strong burst of sound which can like briefly blind or deafen someone, like a flashbang, or at the same time pretty much snuff out any light or sound in your immediate area if you're trying to be stealthy. So it's a very effective support mechanic, I would say. As for the other levels, so at some stage we want to be able to do like complete invisibility or something. But what is a sound equivalent of that? I guess complete silence can also be a thing, like preventing any kind of sound at all from passing through some kind of space. But I feel like that would be the ultimate tier in this case. Then a middle kind of tier would probably be more like camouflaging slash bending light or something. And maybe producing some kind of... Yeah, so I guess it's more similar to thermodynamics. So heating and cooling is warming and cooling. And then amplifying and dampening is basically the same. So maybe this second tier can be more so like the creation of light slash sound rather than relying on pre-existing forces. In that case, these two should probably be swapped around, which feels pretty crazy. It kind of ties in line better with how the other ones are kind of set up. Because I guess it wouldn't be true invisibility, but rather like more of a camouflage. Because if you can actually create the lights and the sounds, you can do a limitless more than just like the bending of light and sound, which is pretty much more what invisibility falls under. So rather than just invisibility on its own, it's the bending of light and sound, or the transfer of the light and sound medium, similar to the transfer of energy like thermodynamics has. I think I like that a bit better. Cool. As for electromagnetism, this is gonna be the crazy one. If anyone has any suggestions for how this one might work, feel free to let me know. Because we are dealing with electricity and magnetism. And all the funky stuff that they can do. I think in terms of like how the basic classes for the application of this software is going to work, it's like attraction and repulsion for magnetics, But I also need something more for the electro sector. It would be a lot easier if I just disregarded the electric spectrum of things. Let's see, to go with the others, the first one should be something like increase, decrease intensity. Yeah, for sure. I think it's mostly just like... I don't have a proper understanding of how electromagnetism works, which makes thinking about this one a little bit more difficult. Because, theoretically, you can, like, increase or decrease the influence of an electromagnetic field, but what would that really do? Like, how would that affect the reality around it, if that makes sense? More in line with grading. You're probably right about that, yeah. So let's see if I can do some research. What does an electromagnetic field do? What happens if you strengthen an electromagnetic field? And what happens if you weaken an electromagnetic field? Because right now, when I think like electromagnetic fields, apart from actual like magnetism, I'm just imagining like some kind of light show. Because I am aware electromagnetism does have a big influence over light and the different types of light, like UV light or infrared or whatever else. But I don't really want to tie it in as much with the optics and acoustics end of things. So, let's see, I got some results here. An electromagnetic field is a physical field produced by electrically charged objects. It affects the behavior of charged particles in the vicinity of the field. It can manifest as either an electric field or a magnetic field. Okay. So there is a difference between electric fields and magnetic fields. So I think rather than asking specifically about an electromagnetic field, we're going to ask what does an electric field do? As well as what does a magnetic field do? So an electric field is a region of space with charged particles or whatever that influences electric force. Okay. It looks like even the electrical aspects is tied in more closely with how magnetics works. At least that's how I seem to understand it. Or at least, At least it also seems to be basically electricity. Magnetism always comes from electrical current. So if you're able to tamper with magnetism, you should be able to do the same with electricity. Okay. So I think in terms of how to kind of enact this, I should literally just think of it as like channeling lightning, basically. Because I think the problem with electricity, well, you can like theoretically shock someone with it. I think it'll come out as like a manner similar to lightning, really, won't it? Cool. So let's do something like that. While I may not have the best understanding of these fields myself, I feel it gives a lot of freedom to player agency. So they could potentially do a lot of crazy ass shit with that in particular. This means if we are going to go with this, it means I'll probably have to revamp a few of the designs I had for some of the other things we kind of already done, but I can redo that pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's really room to really take any of those individual segments up until a 9th level, so to speak. That's the nice thing about magic. You do not have to understand it. You do not have to explain it. Fucking facts. No, you're spitting good words out there. But yeah. No, this is making me kind of rethink the class system I had in mind as well. Because one of the bad things about D&D leveling in terms of classes is there are some level ups just feel meaningless. Like level 1 to 2, you basically just gain like 6 or to 10 extra hit points or whatever, and then you just get like one nifty little feature that makes you move faster or something. There's not really a whole lot to it. Whereas in the system I'm making, I want the level ups to be significantly more powerful power spikes in between each individual level, if that makes sense. So rather than having every class go up to like level 9, we can instead have each individual class go up to level 3, and then give players the ability to multi-class 3 times, so they can become a full master in like 3 different things. So you could have a wizard who specializes in 3 of the 4 skills, but I still need some kind of reason in that case as to why they wouldn't necessarily be able to use the 4th, or every wizard literally gains access to all of these powers to the utmost extent, which just feels kind of broken. Like imagine some flying guy who's like summoning meteors and electrical storms, and it's just like everyone thinks it's an illusion. Like they can't actually see any of this crazy ass stuff happening. Yes. With how big those power spikes are, having all of those abilities with a single level 3 class just feels unnecessarily obscene, especially since with how I want the school system to work, it's basically getting one level up per year. But even then, getting to max level with any of those individual classes feels obscenely powerful. So maybe we kind of rethink the structure of the school and say that basically each year they get first level in one of each of these schools or something. Depends on the overall power level. Correct. That is a good point. I think the overall peak power level will probably be pretty high for like the max level stuff, but I think maybe we can revisit this question once we kind of flesh out the other classes and power systems a bit better, because even now, thinking about like a knight or a swordsman, I want to like give them aura, basically like a Super Saiyan form where they can harness energy and like shoot it out with a blade. But there's a limit to how much they could probably do with that on its own. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Alrighty. For now, I think I'm just going to get rid of the 9 tiers, because no matter how much I try to force it, I don't think I can make that happen. Alright, in the meantime, Zinky, do you have any ideas or suggestions on what to kind of work on next? Can kind of choose one of the things that are already here, or if you have any original suggestions, feel free to shout them out. That's the thing. I don't know what I want to work on next. No worries, that's fine, buddy. I think Papa will be joining me in VC pretty soon. So I'll grill him for some ideas too once he's here. In the meantime, maybe I do need to quickly revisit some of these class things. So, practical magic application is the big one. So heating and cooling water is fine. The marble thing is fine. We're going to change that to amplifying. And dampening. And then for this one, let me see. I need to come up with some kind of idea for a test artifact for electromagnetism. I don't imagine like there's a lot of like pocket electromagnetic fields that really have some kind of purpose. Let's see. I guess a magnet, just like strengthening or weakening a magnet's attraction repulsion. That kind of ties a bit in line with what I originally wanted, and it ties in a bit better with how the other kind of schools work at this point. Cool. Outside of that, I don't think there was a whole lot else. I think everything else is fine for now. These will have to be redone a little bit, but so rather than learning how to light a flame, to heat metal, learning how to cool body temperature or something. I don't know. We'll go back to that. Alrighty. Okay, so days off, festivals, etc. we can leave till later. The activities are fine. The clubs probably don't need much expanding on. They're mostly just the same as the initial classes, just expanded on. I guess I could start coming up with so I had a few ideas here for some magic tower stuff, but I think that's gonna have to wait to determine how I execute the leveling system. Okay, let's go with classes. So what we need to do is come up with some kind of syllabus or criteria or the actual lesson plan of what these guys get up to. In any one given day. Consider making it just magnetism instead of electromagnetism. Yeah, no, I think I kind of agree with that actually. Because while electromagnetism does sound really cool, there's probably going to be a lot of other stuff that does things with lightning and electricity and whatnot anyway. And I think magnetism on its own is a much more unique concept in comparison to any of the other kind of power types that'll be in the world, especially in comparison to the other classes. So I think I may end up doing that, but I've set electromagnetism in so many places right now that I'm just going to take a note to say that we're just going to change it into that. The thing with that is it might impact some of the technology ideas I briefly had in mind. Like we had some kind of mag-lev rail network kind of thing that might have been operatable. I think that might still be a way to have that work with like magnetism and kinematics and thermodynamics or whatever. But yeah, no, I'll I'll get back to that in a bit. I think for now, I might just go back to magic theory. So we know that this is going to be about the origin and history of magic and magic lore and magic health and safety, but what we need to kind of do now is come up with actual laws and reasons why they're in place and what's kind of gonna happen if magic goes wrong, basically. As well as the origin and history of it. Though with that said, to determine that, we kind of also need to determine the exact details of conduits, like the wands and the environmental factors. So I might have to expand on that first. Let's see. How does magic work? So magic is the notion of bending the natural rules and laws of physics to a wizard's will. In order to accomplish this, some form of attunement with the natural manner, invisible, intangible properties of physics is necessary. Let's see. In order to manipulate this, some form of conduit, a wand, is necessary. This wand is generally made from materials found in a naturally charged environment. For example, a magnetism wand is found in an area in the environment with a strong magnetic field. These materials can be natural minerals, simple rocks, gems, metals, beast components, simple hairs, furs, muscles, blood, bone, tooth, claw, tusks, or plants. Trees, roots, branches, leaves, berries, fruits, etc. Okay. One's work by allowing a wizard to bridge the gap between themselves and magically attuned environments. This often results in I'm head out, glad I called a bit. Thanks for coming by, Zinky. I appreciate you. I'll catch you around. Okay. One's work by allowing a wizard to bridge the gap between themselves and magically attuned environments. The wand serves as a conduit to bend the nature of the world before the wizard, allowing them to reshape the world before them as they deem fit. To do this, understanding how the world works is necessary. And wizards generally have some form of attunement to the different natural properties of the world. By this measure, a single wizard is generally always compatible with at least one element, with a general maximum of up to 3 compatibilities. 4 compatibilities are deemed theoretically possible, but has never been seen or proven. Cool. And so that gives me some kind of basis to limit them to basically 1 spectrum of power each, up to a maximum of 3, which also basically means if they go to this school for education, then yeah, they will specialize in one of the branches. And just because of how I kind of want it to work in terms of like having a wizard tower for each kind of school, really. Yeah, I think it makes sense to just have them cater to the one, and if they want to learn more logic later, they can do that outside, elsewhere in the world. So a 3rd level wizard specializing in one of these schools is going to be pretty powerful off the bat, but I think that is a reasonable level of power, all things considered. So it should be fine. And then this will connect with the other notes we have here. So with this system, technically, I'm a little unsure of how I want to integrate magic circles, because the main reason magic circles are kind of there is because I think they're fucking cool. And yeah, that's literally it. So I'd say, yeah, they pretty much just draw the magic circle to kind of indicate the desired effect they want, and that's basically how that works. Alrighty. Now we're going to need to probably expand on ones a bit somewhere, somehow. So we have like student resources, maybe we can expand on ones a bit in here. Because one of the questions will be if students need ones to practice magic. Do they get their own? Does the school provide them for them? Because we briefly went over earlier in terms of classes, how students basically go on field trips within their first year to these locations of power. And I think what would be cool is if, as part of their classes, on these field trips, the students are actually getting materials from these charged environments themselves to basically make their own ones. Cool. Alrighty. I think we're making good progress there. I guess I can just like overwrite electromagnetism everywhere with just magnetism, because we've technically already removed some like aspects of physics like gravity and whatnot for the sake of our convenience, and it just makes a lot of sense to have the system work a bit better by not having to worry about the electro aspects of it. Cool. And that really helps my own understanding and just imagining how it works a little bit better. Okay. So there's probably a couple other places I need to override it. Let's see. I think that section's fine. Cool. Once we finish this part, there's going to be all these stuff in the classes that we'll have to redo. So I don't think these ones have anything in them yet, so the 30s are fine. And I think with everything else in terms of like the sports, or whatever else, they kind of relied on more of the magnetism aspect than any kind of electromagnetism thing. So we probably don't have to worry about any of that. Fortunately, I don't think there's any kind of Control F function anywhere for me to just replace this word in every part of this multi-tiered, multi-layered document, but hey, that's fine. I'm sure I'll miss something at some point, but we should be okay for now. I don't think these ones really had anything to do with them there, but okay, cool. So yeah, with the field trips, there'll be one each semester to one of each of the different locations of the magic schools. But when did they actually start needing a one? So they don't need a one for that. They don't need a one for this. I'll fix it up while I'm here. So they are going to start needing ones, probably in, let's see. I guess it's possible to design the criteria of the Magic Basics class without having to need a wand, because theoretically you might need one for the magic circles, but it's mostly the practice of creating the shape of them and studying how they work rather than actually the practical application of the spells. So I think that's fine there as well. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think it really matters when they get their ones in the first year, because they're not going to need ones in the first year anyway. Alrighty, other than that, I don't think we have to worry about anything else there. Cool. So, let's think about some of these theoretical classes a little bit more. So, magic, health, and safety. What would go wrong if one tried to use magic without a wand? What would happen if one incorrectly drew a magic circle? What would happen if one created too many magic circles? What would happen if one mispronounced the incantation, a spell? These are the kinds of questions we need to answer for this class. So we are going to treat this as a basic Q&A format. Alright, so what would happen if one tried to use magic without a wand? I would say magic probably wouldn't happen. So basically, if the wand itself is the conduit through which they can influence the rules of the environment around them, especially since like beginner spells involves influencing already existing fields rather than like creating or destroying them. Yeah, they probably wouldn't be able to make it happen without some kind of tether or anchor or connection. Cool. So, what would happen if one created too large of a magic circle, or too many magic circles, in this case being beyond their capacity? So, before we really answer that question, the first question we kind of need to answer is how or why magic circles are used in the first place. Like, why do we use circles? Why do we create them the size that they are? Why do we limit the usage of them to certain amounts? And I would say we've kind of already briefly established that quantity slash size of magic circle equals range slash area influenced by spell utilization. So example, a 5 feet magic circle influences an area of 5 feet. A 10 feet magic circle influences an area of 10 feet. And then 2 separate 5 feet magic circles influence 2 separate areas of 5 feet. So basically, if one tried to do something beyond their limits, essentially, there has to be some kind of drawback for doing so. Maybe the spell backfires, maybe rather than affecting the intended area, maybe the world itself, the environment at large, the realm, the rules of physics, which don't want to be bended, that don't want to be broken, kind of like lash out and affect the person instead. So maybe we literally just have it be a repulsion of the intended effects, or reversal rather. So let's see. Reversal of intended effect spell. Example, if you intended to freeze something before you, you would instead freeze yourself. And basically how I feel like ruling that is basically I don't think the environment itself would like allow you to manipulate it. So like if you intentionally created like an incredibly weak force, like with kinematics, like slow something down over a massive area, the environment wouldn't then like necessarily increase you with a great deal of force or momentum, with the exact intention of you being able to use it how you want to use it. It probably would like definitely generate that large amount of force, but it probably just like shoot you off into the air or something like that. Give me a sec. Back in 2 minutes. I am temporarily back, but maybe not for long. I'll see how I go. So, where was I? We were answering some of these questions. So, reversal of intended effect of spell. Example, if you intended to freeze something before you would instead freeze yourself. So maybe what would happen is I'm just thinking. So since it's beyond their means, like since they try to freeze a larger area or more areas at once than what they would be essentially capable of focusing on, I'm just thinking about like how we can come up with some kind of difference of spell recourse depending on the effects. Because theoretically, like, you could just have it rebound on the area you're in, and just like have the 10 feet area target where you are instead of where you wanted to be. But I think having it do that is kind of counterintuitive. Mostly because, let me think about how I want to word my thoughts. Basically, still being able to produce a large enough area of effects, it would still potentially allow for the creation of a desired result, regardless of whether the world itself intends you to be able to do so. I might think a bit more later on as to the finer details of that once we kind of flesh out the system a little bit better. But for now, that'll be a more or less appropriate initial concept for it. Alternatively, that might be a better answer essentially for this other question. So what would happen if you do it incorrectly? Because then you don't have to take into measure the amplification of area or power or anything like that into account. It's more so, hey, rather than doing what you wanted, no, because technically, if you do draw it incorrectly, it should still have some form of intended effects. I believe I did expand on this briefly earlier when we were theorizing how we want the magic circles to work. But basically, the magic circles themselves aren't going to be some form of equation or anything. It's similar to pronunciation. You're pretty much just creating an image or uttering a word that you cognize with some form of intended effect within your own imagination in order to manifest it. So, what would happen if one incorrectly draws a magic circle? Potentially nothing. Drawing a magic circle is no more than a catalyst/medium in order to produce the intended effects correctly. Altering the image will do nothing so long as the intended effects remains willed into existence within your mind correctly. The issue with that is it brings into question the necessity of a magic circle at all, especially with like the utilization of a wand. Mostly because, as I'm kind of thinking on it now. Let me think. Oh, not like anyone's watching anyway. I can take all the time in the world I want to think. Articulating my thoughts definitely does help the thinking juices, and also my mother has just left, so she's no longer hovering around asking me to take photos, and has stopped intruding on my thought process. So hopefully I can get back into the groove of things a bit better now. But basically, let's see. For now, I want to treat a want as being necessary, regardless of anything else, just because it's cool. Because I think having some kind of weapon slot for a TTRPG character to use, like regardless of their class, or whether they're a wizard or whatever, is just a nice way to get them a nice, shiny, cool magical artifact for them to hold on to and find precious and treasure themselves over. Okay, now what would happen if one mispronounced the incantation for a spell? Same as drawing incorrectly. Spell incantations are no more than a catalyst. Cool. Now, do I need to think about any further questions of magical safety? There is anyone potentially watching, feel free to share some ideas you may have for magical health and safety. So, if a student suffers from spell recourse, whatever we want to call it, what course of action should be taken? And we'll just say find the nearest teacher immediately. Generally, fucking up a spell involves the spell backfiring on the student, but a teacher's timely intervention can help resolve the reversal of the effects. So if someone accidentally freezes themselves, they can basically be unfrozen by a proficient teacher in the arts, and yeah, they can hopefully fix any temporary damage before it becomes permanent. But since the newbie magic users don't really get access to like super powerful abilities off the bat, it should be okay for the most part. But no, I think that's okay. I'm sure we'll come up with a few more questions and answers like that later, but basically those questions there will basically be taught in class at the beginning of the semester, and then maybe at the end of semester the students have an exam and they have to answer those questions themselves in their own words or whatever. Okay. Now, magic lore and the origin of magic are going to be completely different things. So, history of magic itself is a little more complex because since this is a nation of mages and there is a city of mages, so to speak, a lot of that history is going to be intertwined with the greater world at large. So a lot of that we might not be able to touch on until a later point, really. But in the short term, I'm thinking maybe what we can do is briefly touch on the origin, and we'll come up with some kind of legendary, revered figure who is like the founder and the teacher of magic at a later point, but we'll say some laddie lass was exploring a magnetically charged cave, picked up a cool looking rocky stick, swished it in the air, as they said, repulso or some other bullshit. Lo and behold, an armor wearing bitch got repulsed and magic was born. Cool. And what we'll say... Oh, hey, I just saw you in the chat there. Just joined, so catching up, but how do you answer the magic leveling system? Like, wizards are supposed to learn via books, but the world itself gained experience via killing. Basically, I'm thinking of more of a milestone system in terms of leveling, because at the end of the day, wizards more so learn by like knowledge and studying and all that. So I think they would become more powerful by learning and theory and practice rather than just like killing random shit. Because there's a difference between battle experience and being powerful, if that makes sense. Like, to be a good fighter, you work out to build muscle. That's what makes you stronger. That's what makes you more powerful. That's how you develop new capabilities outside of the ring. Then the ring is where you go to put those to the test and develop experience using it and getting the imagination and the creativity to try new things. Okay, let's see. I think I can leave that there for now. A lot of the magic lore stuff might be dependent on exploring the greater world outside, so similar to history of magic, we'll touch on that later. But I did have a quick little note I wanted to add here underneath the origin of magic. So, practitioners of magic believe that there could be other environments out there similar to magnetic areas where it is possible to learn to bend the rules of physics. Some people make it their life's journey to adventure and find new locations where founding of new skills of magic may be possible. Cool. So we've already kind of established that theoretically in physics, influencing gravity or electric fields could also be possible outside of the schools of magic we've already established. So if we kind of leave those open for people to explore, it could create like a great quest or a great adventure where a player character in this system's worldview can literally found a new school of magic. But I'll leave that for players and DMs to decide. D&D logic is sweet 300 XP, yeah. For real. That's what I hate about the D&D system, which is why I'm pretty much doing the reverse in terms of how level up systems work. Basically, you get these new abilities and powers through questing and adventuring, and that's what makes you level up and become more powerful. So in terms of this magic school we're working on here, basically you get a level up for each year of schooling you complete, although there's only 3 years of schooling. Okay, let's see. Let's head over to the World of Magic class. So we'll note here underneath it, the field trips take place once a semester at the end of the beginning/end of each semester. During this trip, students will scavenge for materials to create their own ones. And all the classes are going to have this schooling level up. In terms of schooling, no. So I think there might be a couple of other classes which have the option to have a schooling based level up system, but the schooling system itself isn't necessarily a requirement. So in tandem with this wizard school, I also want to have some kind of knight academy in the nation over, and the knight academy itself may have a similar level curve system where they learn how to be knights and everything. But that doesn't mean a martial class would have to go to school for like the first couple levels or whatever. It could just be some mercenary kid who's out in the middle of the war and either experiencing like enough combat or whatever out in the world. You can kind of like develop yourself naturally in environments outside of schools as well. I just think it's kind of cool and fun to have a few different options to have these capabilities. Bards and sorcerers are different again due to innate magic, and the warlock and cleric is different entirely again, for sure. Basically, I want to have like as many diverse different options as possible. Like ideally I want to have some kind of flavor where you're out in the subcontinent in like a jungle similar to Chult, and you raid this ancient temple, and inside the temple you find some kind of artifact or like ancient tablet which basically lets you tap into ancient powers or knowledge which like expands your mind or your powers or your capabilities, and you level up via that method instead. Okay. I don't know if I necessarily need to do much more in terms of the magic in the environment class yet. So since that will largely involve field trips to these locations throughout the year, I'd say a lot of on-site schooling would probably be involved with learning more about these fonts of power and everything, but I'm going to have to actually design the locations for them outside of the school first. So ideally, theoretically, there might be one of each of these kind of environments located within the borders of this nation, but I kind of already established earlier with the Knight Academy, I want to have a bit of a joint venture with the Wizard and the Knight schools. And to that end, it kind of makes a lot of sense for some of these locations to be outside of the boundaries of the nation itself. So the Knight Nation perhaps having one of these magnetically or kinematic charge locations or whatever could what led to a cooperation between the mages and the night schools in the first place. Like there could be a history of warfare, like, and fighting over this border to maintain hold of this location. And maybe right now the knights kind of hold dominion over it, and the mages have to keep in their good graces if they keep wanting to use it. There's a whole lot of like story threads and plot threads we can do with that, which sounds like a lot of fun. How you handle half-casters like Paladin and Druid with the martial and magic level up differently depending on experiences? Good question. Well, right now, the magic class itself, the wizard class which I'm working on now, is the first class I'm actually working on. So I haven't fully thought up how to do all of the different ones. But once I kind of start fleshing out the power scaling system of some of these other classes, I might have a better answer for you at that time. But personally, I do like the idea of something class specific being the reasoning as to why these classes level or develop as they do. A druid, for example, similar to how like locations play a significant role in like a wizard's powers, even if visiting these locations themselves don't really level up wizards, maybe an elementalist or a druid could go to a location of significant enough natural power, and they can have like some kind of journey or pilgrimage which involves them becoming more powerful by journeying the continent and going these locations, and that makes them more powerful in the process. I've always loved like the pilgrimage idea. Like I kind of love the pilgrimage journey in Final Fantasy X, for instance, and I would love to have some kind of adventure that just involves traveling like that. Okay, so the Schools of Magic class, I don't know if I really need to expand on now, because that's going to be largely dependent on the Schools of Magic themselves. So this is pretty much just going to teach students what they're capable of and things like that, I reckon. Cool, no worries. Thanks for coming by, Jay. Enjoy work. Okay. So, and then we have Magic in Daily Life, which is, again, gonna have to do something we come back to a bit later on. Once we have, let's see. Once we kind of built up the city and the nation around us. Also, hey Papa, I just saw you in VC there. Hope you had a good time earlier.
Oh yeah, I'm just listening.
Yeah, no, that's cool. You can just vibe with me while you do your own thing. I've had Zinky, and I think it was maybe Gambit in chat with me earlier.
Oh, has anybody asked if you were to kill a weak monster and then revive it, and then kill it again, and then revive it, and then kill it again, and revive it, and then kill it again? Would you continue to get experience that way?
No.
Just
The thing, the thing with reviving in general. Well, first of all, I'm not going to have any kind of EXP system, but in terms of revival, reviving someone from the dead is a very powerful thing, and I don't really like the notion of revival magic because it takes away a lot of the stakes of what can go wrong if you fail or if you fuck up. So I was speaking to, I think it was Chloe or Zan, or someone else I had in with DC with me the other day. We're kind of talking about the different kind of religious systems in the world and how there's like different pantheons, and each of these different pantheons with these different cultures and these different places in the world all have their own version of the underworld. So what I had in mind is basically depending on where or how you die or whatever species of creature you are, pretty much affects what happens when you die. So basically, if you don't really believe in any kind of religious system, you might get sent to the underworld of whatever location you're in when you'll die, because those are the gods that have influence over the domain there. And basically, rather than being resurrected by the powers that be outside, I like the idea of having some kind of quest or adventure in which the dead player basically gets a second chance at life if they succeed on a get out of hell mission. They literally have to bust out of hell to live.
That's actually kind of cool. Good escape Satan.
Yes, exactly. Speaking of, I visited my father yesterday and I was wheeling him around, and he told me he's seen the devil before, so that was good to know.
Oh, so he made it back once already. Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. I don't think you were here for it when you were in chat the other day, but he also told me he's been impotent since he was 57, and he used to go to brothels and pop some Viagra.
Maybe that's the devil he saw. Maybe she took the
Maybe. Maybe. Hmm. Okay, in any case, I'm going to keep working on some of these classes. So.
Give me one moment.
Yeah, go for it. I don't think I'm really going to worry about magic basics or magic fundamentals just yet, because I have a pretty good idea in mind of what those will be and how they work. Same with practical magic application. That's pretty much going to be the same thing all semester. Magic engineering is a little bit more advanced, but I think it's more so the magic engineering club which will be more creative. I think I need to revisit these spells here. So this is a second level. Technically the student should only be first level during the second year, and they get to second level when they graduate second year. So this would be amplifying and dampening. Creates a flash that blinds the enemy. Oh, wrong one. so that's right for that. Target with pre-existing light, with pre-existing sound. So magnetism, let me see. Strengthening or weakening of magnetic fields. Would that be able to do attraction and repulsion on its own? I would say yes. So that'll be a basic kind of attract, repel, send a target away, bring a target to you. Cool. Kinematics is first dimensional movement, so I think we just need to add here within the first dimension. Thermodynamics, heating metal, cooling body temperature. I'm not sure if I really want to do cooling for that. I think the heat metal itself is pretty effective. Like there's already a D&D spell literally called heat metal. But at this stage they shouldn't be capable of freezing. So what kind of combat application does cooling have? Maybe cooling one's own body temperature? I think that's fine for now. I don't think that really is... Oh, hey.
How cool are you talking?
I would say pre-burning / pre-freezing. So pretty much anything up into between those points.
Could just be used for going somewhere hot, like a volcano. You need to have. You heard about magic still, or?
Yeah.
Just a quick note.
So pretty much everything I'm doing right now is all the creation of a physics-based magic system and a magic school that teaches it. But right now I'm thinking specifically in relation to some form of combat magic as to how it might be utilized. Because theoretically, cooling your body temperature down could be used for like a variety of things, like you said, like cooling yourself in a desert or a volcano or somewhere harsh in temperature. But I'm also thinking you can like apply it to yourself in battle, like maybe it does something like help lower your heart rate or slow your blood pressure or reduce some adrenaline or basically take away some of the rush that you might otherwise experience if you want to try to keep a cooler mind. But outside of that, I don't think I really need to worry about finessing the details of these classes any further than that. Mostly because even though they have the capability to use this magic, it's mostly going to be a practice thing rather than learn about 100 different things thing. So keeping it simple will probably be more effective at this stage. Now, magic creativity on the other hand, this I think I definitely need to revisit. Because even though I had the original ideas like fire twirling and like ice sculptures and all this other stuff. I need to revisit this because the student shouldn't necessarily be capable of doing this at this level. Let me see. Oh, let me give her the role. For some reason, I'm not getting. For some reason, I'm not getting Discord notifications when I don't have the Discord window open, which is really annoying.
Do you have it open somewhere else, maybe?
I mean, on mobile, yeah, but it's only been happening the last couple of days. I'm not sure why.
Maybe someone hacked you. You better start spamming someone. Wait, visual light shows. Amplifying pleasant sounds. Okay, we got bards. Okay, we got Magneto. Literally.
Yeah. So, that's basically the magnetic field one, which is pretty cool.
Some blood bending. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Influencing your body's movements. Statistics. I'm assuming that'd be like influencing the body's movements, like enforcing. Like making yourself punch harder, jump higher.
Yes, exactly. It's basically the magic that lets you affect movement. So theoretically, you'll be able to fly with it at some stage too. But yeah, so basically what's going to happen is there's going to be some kind of like cross academy exchange program between like the mage school and the knight school, where they kind of learn what each other do. So the knights will basically have an opportunity to learn this movement magic, which can basically make them super powerful, like chargers and vanguards in combat and shit, which is pretty cool. Anyway, I gave Mummy the role, but she still isn't joining, so I don't know what she's doing.
Be as low.
Yeah, she is a bit like that sometimes.
Sometimes. So this board is just like these certain like schools of magic. Are these under one school or?
Basically, the wizard class itself. This is the wizard class of this world, and it's going to have access to 4 different classifications of magic, which are based on the rules of physics and learning how to bend them and manipulate them. So we have thermodynamics, which is basically temperature and the transferring of energy. So heat, cold, then heating things up till they burn, or cooling things down till they freeze. Then we've got kinematics, as we just spoke about. So it's basically the school of movement. So force, acceleration, speed. So it's not only like starting movement, it's also slowing and stopping movement. So if people are shooting arrows at you from afar, you can literally just wave a palm and doop, the arrows all stop and fall where they are in the air.
Oh, that could be nice.
Yeah. Then we have optics and acoustics, which is basically light and sound. So think like illusions, invisibility, like bright flashes of light, like the fucking DBZ bright light thing. I forgot what the fuck it's called. The flashbang technique.
Flashbang.
Yeah. It's literally just like a mage that can create a flashbang. And
right. This would be like illusion, but it's also blended in with acoustics at the same. Okay.
Yes.
How many?
So it's not just. That's 4. So it's not just like illusions; it's also the capability to see through illusions too, essentially. And it's also like creating sound, so you could like produce music theoretically. And yeah, and the last one is magnetism. So it's literally just attraction and repulsion. So if you're wearing metal, fuck you.
It's in your blood, to be honest.
So
you might be done for.
all the iron, yeah. So plenty of fucky shit that people can do stuff with, but basically how it's going to work is there's going to be like 3 different levels of what each school of magic can kind of do things with. The first level is basically influencing pre-existing sources of their own field. So it's basically if you see a flame, you can increase its temperature or decrease it. Or if you see a magnet, you can increase its attraction or reverse its polarity to repulse something. But they can't necessarily like create fire or create attraction or repulsion at that stage. Although, I'm very glad we had that brief little conversation there, because I've just realized I technically don't need to change anything here, because basically this is a magic creativity class, which is learning how to use magic in creative, innovative ways, and it's basically a lot about how to control your powers, basically. So they wouldn't necessarily need to create fire to bend or twirl or whatever it. Same with ice sculptures. So long as they have a pre-existing block of ice, they can sculpt it as they wish.
Okay.
So
I don't know how strong these can get. For optics and acoustics, could you vibrate molecules and walk through walls? How crazy are we getting?
Basically, it's intentionally left as open as possible to allow players and the DM to have free agency in their creativity. So, if it is theoretically possible to use acoustics in such a way to like vibrate molecules like that, because it's not just sound, it's also vibration. So also think of like the palm strike that causes the vibrations to course through someone's body and rupture them from the inside.
Hell yeah.
So it's literally up to the imagination of the user.
You could microwave somebody.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, I was briefly in my research. I like looked at like microwaves and UV rays and all that other shit a bit earlier. So so long as the player or the character has an understanding how it works, they can apply it as they deem fit. And since this is basically a schooling institute, we have the agency to say if the player knows it, then the character knows it as well, and we can just say they learnt it in school.
So is this... I'm not behind. You're just doing world building in general?
Yes.
Or are you trying to run? Is this for a campaign, or is this for like just your actual world?
This is world building in general, but the purpose of building this world is to be able to use it for a campaign. So what I want to do is literally create the system for this little world here to be able to be played with. So since I'm making the magic school here, this magic school is being created with the intended purpose of people actually playing, the students role-playing going to a magic school. And basically, since I'm also going to have like a night school to go in tandem with it, a really fun thing I want to do is basically have one of your groups, like either your group or Cherry's group, be the mages, and the other be the knights. And in one of the school years, they actually fight against each other.
Okay, I can see this.
So I just think it sounds like a lot of fun.
Definitely a great idea because you already have the logic and the laws of the world already planned out. So if someone has a question,
Yes.
you can base it
Then
off something. I get
I
feedback.
know everything. I don't have to read a 500-page manual of D&D rules. I can just make a fucking ruling without having to worry about the rules. That's why it's intended to be as open as possible with as few rules as possible. Because rules are restrictive and arbitrary and they impede the flow of the game and make it less fun.
Well, I mean, the rules exist because someone tried to break the world.
Well, that's it though. We want the world to be broken. So if you have these powers over physics, then sure, you can fucking tear a fucking crater or a fissure in the world. But if you do that, someone's probably going to try to stop you. I don't want to stop that from happening by a real world rule. I want someone in game to see those actions and to attempt to stop them or to take retribution as a direct form of countenance.
It's gonna be a lot to keep track of. Hope you're ready.
Well, the beauty is, since it'll be a lot simpler, there's actually going to be less to keep track of, and since I'm personally making it myself, I'll be able to do whatever I want, however I want, basically, as the DM.
So, along with your world building,
Yes.
I've done some in the past. Are you going to? If I remember some of the stuff I had worked on, do you plan on introducing like your preset characters with like family lines and like pre-existing diseases or anything at like that level? Or
I think eventually, yes, there might be like some merit in creating pre-existing characters. For the most part, I don't want to build the world around those characters. I want to keep it as general and possible and just say there is a king of this kingdom or whatever, but I don't necessarily have to come up with his name and his whole family lineage. We can basically... It's going to be like... Even though everything's going to be there, it's also going to be a bit of a blank slate, so people can basically do whatever they want with this world and tell their own stories. We're pretty much just giving the environment for these stories to be created.
okay, I can see that. I was working on a book, and I wanted to tie in like stories lines somehow. But okay, that makes sense. More open is definitely better. You can just make up the characters as it goes.
Yeah. I think it's best for a
Yeah.
TTRPG because, again, you shouldn't have to memorize the 1,000 different fucking family houses and all of their names and shit. So,
Oh, that's way too much.
yeah. So I might, like, give the option of supplying pre-created characters, but outside of that, yeah, like, people can just come up with their own or replace them or not use them as they wish. But I'm curious about this this book you mentioned just now. Do you mind telling me a little bit more about it?
Oh no, it's been so long. It's probably been like 10 years. I have to go find all the paperwork and stuff like that. I was so. How do I TLDR it? Because a lot I don't actually remember. I have to go through it again. It's been a long time. One of my friends was working on it with me, and when I was asking about like families, it was more like the main, like maybe there was a town, and then you'd have the king, right? And maybe his daughter had a disease, and you could walk
Yes.
back X amount of generations and find a curse that was put on by a cult ran by, right? And then you could kind of generalize, and then they would have a history, and another quest would tie in to relating these two, and it had to do with the whole system of building up like relation.
Yeah, and a dynamic world. Yeah, no, I get
Kind of
that. I
tie
love.
things together, right?
Yeah, no, I love that. That's I love that for you.
There was a lot going on. There was no direction, so I mean I could try to bring up certain things, but there's a lot that I don't really remember.
So it's more of a worldview than a story.
Yeah, I hadn't actually started the story yet. I was trying to do the world building, and I realized that was a lot to do, and we worked on it for
Yes.
probably 6 months.
Yeah, no, because that's it's basically exactly what I'm doing now as well. But that's also why I am keeping it as generalized as possible. Because the thing is, like, Building a world isn't a small fucking task. It takes a lot of time, a lot of tears, a lot of blood, a lot of sweat, a lot of effort, and ultimately there's only really so much that one person can do by themselves, which is, again, why I'm creating a template for adventures to take place in, rather than anything else. And I think Mummy has just joined us now. Hey, Mummy. Uwu. Is she not gonna?
Coffee.
Oh, you got coffee? What time is it for you? I swear you both are usually asleep now.
I'll
Pushing
usually
3
be up for
a.m.
a few more hours.
3 a.m. Yeah. I mean, I think you're usually up later, Daddy, but I think Mummy's usually zonked out by now.
It's Friday. There's no rules.
True. Yeah, because I mean, I've had Chloe and Zan in here with me at like 3 a.m. their time, but this is usually when they're crashing even. But yeah, no, I think I'm pretty good with a lot of these classes for now, and it's just making me think a bit more on the discussion we just had about what I want to do with these professors, because as said, I want this to be like as generalized as possible, so I don't want to need to have a character for this person to be, because the idea is someone can play in this game world without having any kind of backstory, and their backstory basically becomes the story itself. Like the adventure you go on becomes your backstory, if that makes sense.
It's all tarnished.
Yeah, so you're a kid with no history who goes into this school, and the adventures you experience within the school become like your first, like the first story of your legend. Because no one really gives a shit about what happened when you were a kid, unless it's like a super big traumatic event.
Exactly. Every Isekai fan is getting excited for this.
For sure.
Give me one moment again.
Go for it. What are you up to, Mummy? Are you working on anything?
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, nice. In any case, do you have any suggestions on what kind of professor you might want to teach you at a magic school?
Reading the ones you got. Where's your illusion magic?
Optics and acoustics is essentially illusionary. So it's the bending of the properties of light and sound. So it allows things like invisibility or like true sight, creating the vision of things that otherwise shouldn't exist. Do you have something in mind for that school of magic?
Let's see what we got. You have
Yes.
enchantments.
There are going to be
Categories.
different separate magic systems, so it's not going to be like one single one. So think of this as a single class's magic. So this is like the equivalent of a wizard's magic. So wizards themselves aren't quite capable of enchantments, but there's another class that basically utilizes runes, like runic magic. and that's more of an enchanting kind of system. Because basically, what I want to do with these professors is I'll basically allow people the freedom of agency to essentially create their own, but I basically want to come up with a general, a few basic features, so probably name, appearance, and personality. And basically with those alone, I don't want to determine the relationships they have with other people, or the history they have within the world. I basically want to allow DMs to say, hey, this kind of personality feels like it will mesh well with that personality, but not with that personality. So these two probably get along, but these two probably don't.
But you're not locking it down to a specific subcategory like necromancy or something like that. You're keeping it more open.
Basically, yeah. So this class itself, wizard, is limited to these 4 schools of magic, but there are other power systems elsewhere in the world that might be capable of some form of necromancy themselves. Yes.
Makes sense.
So what we're going to do here is come up with name question mark. I might not worry about names yet. Appearance, personality. Because since there are going to be like different races and shit in the world, like elves and crap, I'm sure there's like a reasonable basis to conclude that some kind of elf could be teaching magic here for whatever reason. So maybe even worth holding off on individual characters until all that other stuff is fleshed out in the greater worldview. But if I'm continuing with this generalized concept of most of this, I think for the time being, this might nearly be complete. Mostly because anything further, I kind of need to expand or create things elsewhere for before I can really finish this stuff. I'd say I could probably do a little bit more with the magic towers, but even then I kind of want to come up with the environments and magical beasts and shit that might represent these schools before I continue with that as well. So you know what? I think it might be time to move on to the next phase of my little project here outside of the school.
Yeah.
And basically, throughout the creation of this little school here, I've referenced a knight academy quite a few times, which is in like a neighboring nation. So this could be a good time for me to start on the knight academy instead. So what I'm gonna do is just bring up some notes here, and we are going to go and create a new board out here for the good old Brits in England. So basically, I'm using real-world cultures as inspiration for a lot of these nations. So I'm having the French be the super physicist kind of magic users, yes, and the Brits are going to be the knights. So welcome back, Papa. We are going to start on the Knight Academy. Something
I have a
new.
question about the schools of magic. Is there different lines in the schools for like arts? versus like military.
Yes.
They're all
Yes.
kind of okay.
So basically, all of the students will kind of take the same classes, but basically there's a class and a club for combat magic. There's another one for like the sciences, like magical engineering, and then there is a third one for creative application, which is basically using or acoustic magic, for example, to create music. And I've also come up with a kind of sport or game for each kind of school of magic. So I had Chloe help me with those, and they contributed an idea for pool. Like 8-ball, table, cube. I forget the other names it's called.
Billiards.
Fucking billiards. Yes, that's it. Thank you. But instead of just like ordinary pool, it's like 3D pool. So all of the balls kind of like float in the air, and gravity doesn't affect them. And basically what you do is you use the kinematic magic, which is like the aspect of force, to basically shoot at them and like disperse them and force them to like move around. There are like different pockets or goals in the air that you kind of need to knock them into. And I just thought that was like a super cool and creative and unique idea.
Quidditch vibes.
I mean, it's Quidditch, but it's cooler.
Exactly. There's no snitches.
Yeah. yeah. Snitch. We know snitches get stitches.
This is a fact.
But okay, so what we're gonna do here is start on the Night Academy. So we need to think a bit about what to kind of place in a Night Academy, what kind of people might go there, what kind of stuff might take place in it. So I'm going to quickly yes, the Frenchies and the English definitely have like a very noble society, and these two institutions are probably going to be very like high society, sons of nobles and daughters of nobles and shit.
Like, it's just I was wondering. I just seen France. I'm like, why are the French here?
For real.
Everywhere.
Just wait till we get to the Spaniards. It's going to be the Spanish Inquisition all over again.
Oh my god, let's go.
I'm literally having the Spaniards be Templars and shit, and be and their nation's going to be a theocracy. But yeah. So this will be similar to the Magic Academy in a sense. It's basically going to be like just a knight version of the Magic one. So with swords and shields instead of like wand and witchcraft. So training students' bodies to be weapons and owning their swordplay. And I'd say this is probably a school that focuses specifically on swordsmanship, either sword and shield, twin swords, or great swords. I mean, there are definitely like other weapon types in the world, like the maces or katanas or whatever the else hell you want, but I'm picking just like limiting this to British kind of bladed swords because it feels fitting for the kind of aesthetic we want to go for. Basically, we're thinking Knights of the Round.
Right. I mean, you could simplify it like maybe like short swords would include like any sort of dagger, short sword, rapier, and then long sword could include long sword, katanas, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd say probably not katana necessarily, more so because that's a very specialized like Eastern kind of blade, and basically the central continent's going to be separated from the Eastern continent, which is basically going to be the inspiration for Asia, and I'm going to have some kind of interpretation of Japan, which will probably have their own like katana and swordsmanship schools as well. But you know, I agree with like the short sword or long sword or whatever like that.
We need whips.
We'll definitely have someone with whips somewhere. I don't know if how often you guys speak to Chloe, but with her D&D character, they've got a mimic tongue as a whip, which basically lets them like grapple onto things with like an adhesive tip, if that makes sense.
Oh, that's kind of gas. Actually, that's really cool.
Yeah.
It's like a sticky hand. Never mind. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, like the sticky hands. Exactly. That's exactly it. They're gonna fucking throw it up to the roof, and it's gonna get stuck, and they're gonna have to try to like pull it down, and it's just gonna like collapse the roof above them.
It just grabbed. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, I think I want to do like similar, different like schools of thought. So each swordsmanship style have their own classes, tower, dorm, whatever, just for more specialized training between them. Each school of swordsmanship have their own coat of arms that represents them or something. Let's see. So there is going to be the kind of competition versus the Wizard Academy. So we'll note that down. And then they'll do some field trips / expeditions in tandem with the mage school, as well as the Spaniard clergy. So, while there's going to be like a lot of pantheons and religions and shit in the world, the central continent is going to be dominated by like a pretty major religion. Like, think your generic Lord of like Holy Light and shit like that, and that's where all the Templars and shit are going to come from, and they're going to hate other people's religions probably, and yeah, they just think theirs is probably the best. But
of course,
yes, as they do. And basically, they probably see magic as an affront to nature, so they probably don't get along very well with the mages up north. But I'm thinking the knights might get along with these guys a bit better, since it's generally knights who fight on the front line and are often getting scarred and injured and broken. They probably rely pretty heavily on these priests to mend their broken bodies.
Ooh, wait, that's a paycheck.
Yes.
Swords. Oh, nice. Three-year levels. 15, 17. Fate sponsored. We got public school.
I'm not sure whether this one will be a public or private. Basically, the mage school is based on talents, because you have to have the aptitude for magic to be able to use it. In this case, maybe it's more of a private institution for the nobles and higher class.
Right.
Privately run academy.
So I know, stay sponsored, but it'd be like, is there like an entrance? You need a certain level of skill to even get in the first place as well, or not even?
Well, in the magic school's case, the entrance exam is pretty much just determining whether you can feel or use or move magic. In the knight's case, I haven't actually thought about that. I like to imagine like there has to be some kind of meritorial basis to be able to prove yourself to get in, but I'm also wondering how corrupt the nation might be. If someone's like wealthy enough or from a well-to-do enough family, will they just be allowed in regardless of pre-existing merit? Because keep in mind, these are going to be like kids. These guys are just like turning 15 in the year they're enrolling. So this is when they're first kind of really coming into prime adolescence and gaining the ability to like build muscle and really get fit and everything too. So I don't know. I don't know if they'll need to have known before coming here, but that's definitely a question we need to think about.
Well, I'm just thinking, if you don't have any sort of talent with magic, you would fall back to being a knight, on top of those who would already choose to be knights. And I would think there would be a large amount of students that the school can't support, in which case they would need to filter them out. Maybe like a duel tournament?
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of fun, to be honest, because the mage environment's definitely like a quality over quantity thing, whereas the knights, they probably have like, so long as you have like an able body, you're theoretically able to be a knight. So they would definitely need a way. Yeah, no, that might not be a bad way of doing it. Well, they might be too old next year, so they won't be able to re-enroll. It's a once in a lifetime kind of chance thing.
So maybe there could be a backup school for those that failed to meet the Knight Academy, which is probably regard.
Or maybe this one's specifically for knights, but maybe there's more general enrollment things for like an actual state-sponsored school for like military soldiers. So these are like the knight school is for commanders, like one-man units who can like take down 10 men on their own. Yeah, no, I like the idea of that because basically the problem with martial classes in D&D is that they're martial classes in D&D. Apart from hitting something with a weapon, they can't do anything else outside of that. So one of the things I'm basically doing is allowing these guys to get access to what I'm calling aura, which is basically just anime swordsmanship. So the weapon glows with like a black aura and they can like cut the air, and as they cut the air, the aura flies out like a slice that flies through the sky towards the target, like a projectile.
Okay, maybe another form of like the kinesis, the kinetic magic school line for like a self strengthening, not magic, it'd have to be something else. Maybe you could contain your aura and not shoot it out and it would strengthen you, but it'd be much more limited because if you kept use it as a ranged sort of purpose.
That is indeed something I want to do. So I haven't mentioned this yet, but I've done a bit of power system theory crafting prior to really starting this project on full. And basically there are three kind of systems in the human body, mainly like the blood flow system, the respiratory system, and the nervous system, which kind of I wanted to use as the influence of the basis of powers. So the wizard powers kind of like depend on the nervous system aspect and like the electrical signals that kind of course through the body. The knight system that I kind of wanted to do involves more so the blood flow. So basically, aura is generated like inside in your heart, and you can like pump it through your body internally to like strengthen yourself from the inside, makes you stronger, makes you faster. The second application is you can cover your body with it. And basically what that does is, while it doesn't make you as strong or as fast as like pumping it through your veins on the inside, it makes you more durable and resistant to attacks from the outside. But it's also like the theoretically would drain you the most because you're covering a higher surface area with more aura to protect yourself, basically. And then the
I could see it. That would fall in with like berserkers,
yes,
and like barbarians and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, and then the third application is like coating your weapons with it to make them sharper and stronger, basically, and then you can like launch it out as a weapon, like I described before.
Would you have any form of Assassin's Guild for a different line?
Not yet, but there will be.
So I wonder if you could save. Well, I guess there could be a different form. I guess theirs would be more like poisons.
Yes, so basically, well, each kind of class will be able to do something different. There might still be like some overlap in some form of sense. So I don't necessarily know as of yet if other martial classes can use aura, but regardless of whether they can or can't, they might have something else instead. So like you mentioned before, assassins might gain access to some kind of poison, or maybe they just learn about human anatomy and train their bodies to the extent where they know where to cut to inflict the most damage without having to worry about it, basically. Cool. I'm just looking at the rest of my magic notes here as comparison, but I think I'm good for now. So aura works via a breathing / blood flow system to cultivate it. Alrighty.
So I'm thinking about like following that sort of way to power to that would make something like using curses, which would inflict somebody else, which wouldn't have to do anything with your aura from your body or your nervous system. Or if you were to include curses, that would be something taboo. It would have to be another system altogether.
Well, it'll be like another culture, yeah. So I plan on having a southern continent, which is basically a lot more tribal, a lot more primal, which might experiment with some more questionable practices like voodoo or whatever. And yeah, maybe they could do some form of curse. Another thing I want to do is like have witchcraft or witches be their own like neat little thing off on their own, and they can maybe do some kind of curse as well. And while you might be able to curse someone's body, cursing one's body wouldn't necessarily do anything to their aura, depending on what you're doing. So while you could debuff them, that might not necessarily get rid of their buffs, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, different culture. Yeah, I'm trying to think how it would all wrap together. Maybe they don't have access to the same technique, so they could curse themselves, or they lose life, like their own lifespan decreases in exchange for strengthening themselves, similar to aura. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me not deviate too much though, since we're on the Night Academy.
yeah. So ideally, what I wouldn't mind is like having some kind of martial / magic class per nation. So for example, the Brits could be the nation of knights and witches, whereas the French could be the nation of wizards and duelists / fencers, if that makes sense. Because I also plan on doing something with like Celtic culture, and they're going to have like a druidic based magic class, and maybe for a more martial class they can have some kind of like spear users like dragoons or something.
Yes sir, I'm already seeing Beowulf and I'm like, okay, coming in, yes sir.
That's it.
Let's see, okay.
Alrighty. Now I'm gonna need to copy a few things here. I won't necessarily use all of these as they are. I'm basically just getting a template rather than redoing this all. So, let me finish copying these over. There we go. I think that's all of them. Oh.
Let's get access to aura, internal. I'm guessing external would be like, is it going to be the same sort of rule with like 3 classes, 3 levels, 4 levels?
That's
be like the final level.
Yeah, I kind of want it to be along the same vibe, because originally I was thinking of having like 9 levels per class, but it felt like too big of a stretch to really make the most out of it, which is why I'm having significantly more power spikes in between levels, but far fewer levels. So basically with swordsmanship, like, the first level might be literally just like using a sword and shield as a basic to like an advanced degree. The second, or basically like maybe the 3 different levels reflect like different applications of aura usage, or maybe the 3 different schools of swordsmanship can only use one particular type of aura rather than being able to swap between them, if that makes sense. So like the sword and shield users, they do the external aura, which is defensive since they're more like a tank-based class. The twin sword users, they do the internal aura because they need to be faster. Then like the two-handed users, they do like the big aura sword swings that like fuck everything up.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. It's a little different. Okay.
Yeah. Problem is, while I can theoretically come up with like a good way to balance the classes in terms of like gameplay for martial leveling, just in terms of like their raw damage output per level, I kind of want to have something unique between the levels that kind of sets them apart. Because the first level being just like being able to do basic martial maneuvers is all well and good, and the third level being aura is nice, but I have no idea how to bridge that gap with a middle level between them, which is the current issue I'm having in my head.
Wait, say that again. Run that back.
So basically, I need to find like a good idea of something unique for second level martial classes to bridge the gap between first and third level, with first being like basic martial maneuvers and third level being aura.
So I'm wondering, maybe for like martial right, how I was kind of picturing it is that you can learn to start generating the aura, and initially maybe class 2 you can give yourself some sort of buff in general, that maybe all classes could have access to, and you can't actually unleash it outwardly. So maybe the right, you said that the tanks would have it. How would that work? No, because your whole system is a little different, so that makes sense.
I mean, a partial application of aura might not be a bad idea, if that makes sense. So rather than like being able to do it to its like full extent, maybe you can use it to a lesser extent at the middle stage.
Maybe if you came up with certain skills that all classes could theoretically take advantage of, like maybe something you could have aura only one part of your body, like your feet, to help you move a little bit quicker, and all classes could take advantage of that. So they
no, I do. I do like the idea of that. So basically, rather than full body, yeah. So rather than like maintain it fully as a constant, yeah. So maybe then we could even have like aura users in their first year technically, and like gradually work their way up. The only concern I have with that is aura should be more difficult to learn, or there should be something special that they need to learn it, which they can only really get from the environment of the school.
Okay. I have an idea.
Yes.
So your aura, you already have aura. You can generate the aura in your body. Maybe as a basis, you already have aura in your body, and you can learn. So, right. So at level 2, you can force it somewhere. For example, right. So in the nights, are you gonna have any form of like ranged weapons like archers?
I mean, I think there might be some basic ranged weapon training for if they want to use them. Sure, like bow and arrow.
So I'm just trying to wing an idea here, maybe something you could build off of. Let's say you at level 2, you focus your aura into your hands to draw your bow further and shoot harder. However, you would lose it in your feet, in your lower legs. So in exchange for more power, you would become you wouldn't be able to move. You would technically paralyze you for X amount of time, which would buff you, but also like hurt you in the same way.
Yes.
So if you use it incorrectly, it could actually bite you. Maybe something in that manner.
You kind of gave me a different idea as you were kind of talking through that, because I mentioned the example before of like shooting aura out from your body, basically. What if?
Okay, I see. Yep.
What if that is the third level? What if, like, initially, first level, you can circulate aura internally, it makes you faster and stronger, but you can't put it outside your body. Second level, that's when you can, like, coat your weapons or armor with it, so you can hit harder and harder with your weapon and be more durable with the damage you take, but you can't, like, launch it at that stage. Then third level is when you can literally just like aura slash and send shit flying far away.
Yeah, that's what I was originally thinking. However, when you said that like tanks or people,
I get that. I get that as well. But I'm thinking they're all technically the same class, so it doesn't really matter how they use it. They would still have their preference in how they use it and when. But I think just in terms of like how aura itself is like a form of energy or power system would work, that what we've just kind of discussed now is probably the best way to implement it as a realistic leveling curve system.
Okay. I'm wondering if maybe at like level 1, when you could sort of like focus it on one part, or whenever it comes in, maybe level 2, I'm wondering if it would come in at full strength, for example, like if you have a shield and a sword, but you would put your aura into your shield, but it would pull aura from somewhere else, so you might become extremely tanky, but the damage you deal would be extremely nerfed. So it would force people to specialize until they can unlock their third level and become like a multi-class, expert. Maybe in that manner, it would also come with its own debuffs, which would force you to have to work in teams, so you can't really be like a solo crazy monster until you unlock the third tier and become crazy. Unless that'd be like a level 1 going on level 2 thing.
Yeah, because just touching about in terms of like how multi-classing is going to work, the introduction of martial classes answers an interesting question that I was kind of asking myself through the development of the magic class system, because basically I was debating as to a long time like how I want the different magic schools to work. Like, should a wizard be able to gain access to all of these classes? But I think the all these different schools of magic within their own class. But I think the answer should definitely be no. Mostly because there's a very large difference in a magic class like a wizard being able to use all 3 forms of their own magic, and a martial class being able to use all 3 schools of its own swordsmanship. Because with a swordsman, like, you would have to change out your equipment, your kit, your sword, your attire, everything, every battle, and you could only really practically use 1 school of swordsmanship at a time. Whereas a wizard could use their full extent of power between all 3 schools of magic significantly easier. So there's really no real purpose for a swordsman to like own these different schools of swordsmanship to the fullest, whereas there is great merit of a magic user doing so.
Okay, I misspoke. I don't necessarily multi-classing. I mean, for example, a sword and shield user who can extend their aura outside their body and launch it. Which would be level 3, which allows them to have a little bit of range, maybe not a lot. It allows them to do strengthen their sword and their shield, so they can also do some damage, but obviously they're primarily going to tank with the shield, right? So they're going to be until they can get to level 3 and they can take advantage of all access to their aura. I think maybe at like lower level they could only strengthen their shield, but that would also come with a loss to strength of their aura. Maybe, I don't know.
I think the internal, then external, then projection of aura is definitely the best curve for all schools of swordsmanship. And basically the difference in the schools of swordsmanship will just be the type of combat they do with the different weapons they use, basically.
Okay. I mean, if you wanna keep that idea in the back pocket, maybe like an ultimate skill where you could power up your next attack, but if you miss, maybe it leaves you extremely weakened.
I mean, that could definitely be some kind of skill they do. But basically, the big purpose of what I kind of want to achieve with the power systems in this worldview is to not necessarily have to worry about resources or restrictions, because keep in mind basically how it works is a player is basically controlling a character, and with how that works in any given day is we can't really like feel how large a mana reserve might be, or how much mana might be consumed when using any type of spell, or how long they might need to recover. And while you can come up with rules for stuff like that, I think, again, it just creates arbitrary restrictions and takes away a lot of freedom. So I think, like, basically allowing these knights to use their aura to the fullest extent that they're capable of using it, however and whenever they want it, will be a lot funner for players. And basically, they're either 100 or they're 0. So long as they're still fighting, they're going to fight their hardest to the end.
Okay.
But yeah. No. Okay, so what kinds of things do you think they might have at a Knight Academy?
What do you mean things?
Anything.
Oh, I'm searching. Do like buildings, like classes?
Sure. Both.
Oh, that's such a broad question. Is there also, in the same manner of having the artistic side, is there also going to be like the craftsman side for Knight Academy, like maybe smithing, maybe crafting?
That's an interesting question. I don't think it will necessarily be specialized in archery in particular, but one of the things that the magic students are going to do is they're going to basically go on field trips to find the materials to create their own ones, and but they're also going to have their own school uniform too. So for a brief moment there, I pondered the idea of like a suit of armor being a school uniform, but that's just impractical. So I'm thinking, yeah, no, yeah.
My pad's on.
I mean, I imagine that the night school would be less about the creative arts, if that makes sense. And even if they would be interested in sports, since knighthood itself is a very physically intensive exercise, I don't necessarily know if they'd be playing sports with their free time, if that makes sense. So I think more practical applications like forging their own weapons or armor would definitely be a much funner thing to do, basically, because
type stuff. Okay.
Yeah, because as I mentioned before, the first year magic students, they go on field trips to like find stuff for their wands, basically. And what I wanted to do is that I wanted to have a tandem field trip with the mage and knight academies to go to these places of power to get the materials for it. So maybe the reason the knights go along with them is to find materials to create their own weapon and armor. And so that just sounds like a really fun way for these knight students to basically go to these locations with special property materials to kind of like create a really cool weapon and armor of their choosing.
Sounds like hazing. They can start mining.
Yeah, basically.
We're on a field trip. It's a big ass.
Yeah, because the environments that they're going to themselves on these field trips is basically like environments that are mana charged with like magic for which like creates and produces these unique materials which the wizards are using for their wands. So if we go to like a magnetically charged environment, there could be some kind of metal there which cannot be attracted or repelled by other metals. And at the same time, maybe it's a metal that like attracts or repels other metals to it.
Right, right. So I am wondering, where would alchemy come into play? Would that be kind of general for everybody? Would that be kind of safe for the?
That is going to be
sort of druids.
Alchemy is going to be like its own system, basically. So
okay.
I haven't really determined where to put it yet, but go on. Sorry.
No, so I was wondering if they could like. So there's the obvious things you could put into a knight academy, right? Like obviously,
yes,
knights are one step just underneath being like barons for being royalty, so they would need to learn some form of
noble etiquette.
Yeah, noble etiquette. Just outside the standard of sword training. Yeah, and we need a arena, like okay.
Sorry, the
what
big
else you could add.
The big thing there, sorry, you just mentioned like the noble etiquette. I imagine like the knights and shit would go to like a lot of dances and whatnot. Because one of the things I wanted to do is have like a 3rd year joint graduation ceremony between the knight and mage schools where they basically have a prom together. So you've got your cute ass mage girls and your fit ass knight boys. And the problem with that is the knights will know how to dance, but the mages won't. But one of the things I wanted to do was have an exchange program where basically they go to each other's schools for like a week or a month. And so if they do that, what the mages could learn at night school would be noble etiquette like dancing.
The only other thing I could think of is, right, I don't know if you're going to include like royal, like court mages. But maybe there would be maybe the top % of students would maybe learn some form of noble etiquette in the same manner. At least maybe enough
for sure.
to go to like balls, for example.
Yeah, no, I imagine that for sure. That's probably like all the classes they do during their exchange program.
Okay, so they would go to the Knight Academy, but it would only be like maybe the top percentage. Okay. Because obviously if you're not a court mage, you're just a go cast those.
I mean, I would say it'd be like a compulsory thing for all mages, mostly because the French society itself is also very like nobly, very high society, very magey, so they probably like adhere themselves to a high standard. But rather than having their own classes for etiquette, they probably just come to the night school for that instead.
Okay. So
but no, I really love that.
Do you have maybe how the continent would be built out with maybe the Knight Academy would be probably the largest school to fit more students, maybe somewhere central, like localized in the middle, maybe?
I have a rough idea of continental layout. It's not anything like finalized yet, so the Knight Academy is probably going to be more so on the western side, because keep in mind, although this is going to be like a Knight Academy, the other nations are going to have their own significant things as well. So there's going to be like a Greek-inspired and a Roman-inspired nation on the same continent, and so they're going to have like full-on fucking Spartans and legions and shit. So
let's go.
They were probably going to be, even if they don't necessarily use aura, they're probably much more battle frenzy and battle hardened than the prim and proper knights would be, if that makes sense.
Maybe just initially higher stats to make up the difference.
Yeah, something like that.
Just stronger in general, but not at the level of aura.
Or maybe they do have aura as well. Maybe aura's like that one big universal thing between the classes, but the difference between the martial classes are basically the types of armor and weapons they use more than anything. So rather than just having like that single fighter class, you have like all these other martial classes which can all do aura to a different with a different utilization. Because there's a big difference between throwing a sword that is covered in aura and throwing a spear that is covered in aura, you know?
Right. Okay, but so where on the map? Hang on. Ancient Greek. Before I say something crazy.
Yes.
Did ancient Greece ever, or like the Roman Empire ever take over like Syria, Iran, right? Areas?
I don't know if they fully got that far, but they were definitely like bordering them closely, I would say.
So,
Because I do
maybe they don't
intend,
have aura.
yes.
The Assassin's Guild could be part of that, for example. And instead
Well-
of having aura, they use poisons on their weapons, which inflict, like, you know, it would be like maybe a damage.
Well,
it would
part
hurt
of
over
the
time.
part of the central continent that I plan on having is some kind of Ottoman Empire inspired area, and maybe like the city of Babylon. And I was originally considering like ancient Persia as well, because ideally I want a little bit of everything to be in the central continent. I want it to feel the most complete out of any of the continents there are. So ideally that'll allow us to have the mage archetype, the kind of fighter archetype, the priest archetype, and I also want some kind of like ranger and assassin archetype too. So yeah, we could definitely have some kind of deserty assassin guild going on out there.
Well, I'm just wondering how to tie it all together. Because obviously that all needs to be in some way, shape, or form balanced. But the Roman Empire did actually control where modern day Iran is.
That
Maybe
is
maybe they could
crazy.
border each other and share some form.
Yeah, I mean they're probably warring each other, because basically I think the rough concept is the Romans are kind of in the middle, and they're like the big empire with the most soldiers that kind of wants to overtake everything, and they're kind of like the western border is with like the mages, the knights, and the priests, and then the eastern border is where like the assassins are.
Right. I'm wondering if maybe the Greeks sort of school, right? Because they're not going to have maybe aura unless you decide that. Maybe they could have a weaker form of poison, whereas like the actual Ottoman Empire,
Well,
who also excelled a lot in like shipbuilding, maybe they have access to like just a stronger version of venom that does a lot more damage.
yeah,
that they
maybe.
can take advantage of.
Maybe, because the big thing with some of these other nations that I haven't expanded on yet is like the Romans and the Greeks, for example, they're going to have their own pantheon of deities. So rather than relying on aura, maybe they rely on the power of their gods in combat.
Oh, they're going to be beefing with the Spanish for sure. Here comes the Inquisition. All right.
Yes, that is why the Inquisition is contesting them.
You're not Christian.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll say like the I think I might do a bit with the Celtic pantheon as well, but we'll say like the Brits, the French, and maybe the Germans slightly up north. Maybe they all have a bit of the big JC's juice dribbling around in their nation. So they're probably more aligned with the light god, except maybe the mages, yeah. But
Oh yeah, we're gonna need some werewolves in here. We need to bring the furries in.
Werewolves?
They're everywhere now. Oh yeah.
yeah. Well, I'm thinking of having some kind of like bestial races. I haven't decided how furry I want them to be, but in terms of like werewolves, I see werewolf as more of a supernatural creature than a fantasy creature. So they're going to be in a different worldview. Basically, I'm creating 3 worldviews. One is like the high fantasy, one is like a super far future sci-fi, and one's like a modern future kind of worldview, like our world 100 years from now, which is like cyberpunk, heroes and villains, then supernatural shit like werewolves and vampires.
You're not gonna believe this. So Beowulf, right, was
Yes.
Celtic. However, you're not gonna believe where werewolves originated from.
Where?
Ancient Greece and Rome.
Of course.
Oh no!
I mean,
I
that-
had to just look that up. That's crazy.
That doesn't surprise me, but the thing is, fucking everything originated from ancient Greece and Rome. Like, every monster.
You might be right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, when you think of legendary monsters, the greater majority are going to be fucking the Greeks. Like, the Griffins, the fucking Medusa, the Hydra, the Minotaur, what have you not. What else? But, yeah, no, that's crazy, though.
Damn, I didn't know they had werewolves. I don't know where vampires came from. I don't think it was there. Maybe it was at a different time. Maybe they could take advantage. Maybe the gods help them transform. You can bring in your... Well, unless you just want actual beast people. Actually, yeah, you're probably going to want an actual beast race. Never mind.
Yeah, because I'm...
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm going to have like some kind of bestial race for like aquatic folk, avian folk, as well as like mammals and shit. So I haven't really... I'm probably going to treat them similar to like human cultures, if that kind of makes sense. So like you've got the French and the Spaniards, but you have like the Foxmen and the Wolfmen. They're kind of all work about in their own tribes.
Yeah, if you want to simplify it, maybe you could have maybe the beast people or the maybe they live with humans in the Greek and Roman Empire. Maybe elves would live.
Well, yeah, no, there's probably going to be like some overlap of different races and cultures living together with each other.
Well,
but
unless you're going to make a whole new empire just for them, and then you'd have to decide.
I mean, I could.
What culture would they have?
I definitely could.
Easier just to blend them into, maybe they have their own little villages and maybe they're blended into the town, so they could just kind of flawlessly merge into the world without having to invent entire countries just for them. Unless there's a beast empire, just for demi-humans.
Yeah, so I think the idea would more so to be like a single like large landmass with like several tribes of beastmen all fighting within its borders, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, they definitely would have their own piece of the world, but then it would come down to like, obviously you have the knights, which are, you know, you have the British and you have the French with their magic, and what would their specialty be? Because I think at
the moment I'm thinking of a lot of the beast people being more in the eastern continent than the central, but rather than worrying about like all of the relations between all of them right now, pretty much the idea and concept that I'm kind of working with is essentially just starting with a base idea for each of the cultures I know I want to have something to do with, and basically coming up with a base idea of where the most of them or the strongest cultural identity of them will be based, and then if there's like overlapping cultures or like smaller demographics I kind of want to represent, kind of like put a bunch of them together, like with the beast people or whatever, and then once I've kind of fleshed out the nations and the cultures and the political systems of those areas, I can say, hey, this particular tribe of beast people probably doesn't like the fighting. They've probably like run away to this other nation's borders, and you can find them all within the city of this nation, for instance.
I can see that.
But yeah, I mean, I pretty much plan on having like some kind of representation for any kind of race or culture I want, so it's gonna take a while to be able to represent them all. In the meantime, what's up?
I'm gonna find some of my old material from some of the world. I have my stuff somewhere, but I can't find any of it. I found some of it, but
yeah, no, feel free to share some of it if you get access to it. But in the meantime, I'm just thinking. I'm kind of just thinking more about like what kind of classes and infrastructure the school might have, and they'll probably definitely have some kind of like infirmary with clerics stationed there, I would say.
What's this? Alright. Still trying to decide what we're doing for the night though. Sorry? Oh, okay. Taming field trip with mage academies to find materials, picking weapons and armor. So, have you thought about any sort of like enchantments? Or not quite just yet?
So there will be like as I mentioned earlier, some weapons will have like some natural properties, like magnetic weapons or armor from like the magnetically charged locations. aside from that, there is going to be an enchanting system, but those systems are going to be from other races or cultures which the knights themselves probably won't have ready access to. So that's mostly
like the crafting and smithing. Maybe the mages.
Yeah.
Just on these two lines. I guess right now you're trying to keep it up where they work together a lot. Maybe other countries kind of have their own fleshed out methods.
Yeah. I'm thinking I want the Knight nation in particular have like pretty positive relationships with the Spaniards and mages. And maybe I'll lean more into the Spaniards and the French having a bit more of a better relationship than I initially theorized. And yeah, they're probably fighting the I'd say maybe they're all like joined under the same kind of religion, just on that western side, and they're spreading it to the other nations nearby.
Have you figured out who would maybe spread the legend trade? I mean, I would assume the Ottomans.
Yeah, so
for it.
I want like Babylon as an inspiration for like a city-state. So I don't know if they're going to be like part of the Ottomans or Persia or their own kind of thing, but I like it being a like kind of just like neutral nation where all the goods come and flow through, and there's like a universal agreement to not fuck with that city because that's where all the money is. So despite like the
crazy.
So despite all the like conflicts between the other nations, they all have their own people stationed in Babylon. There's probably like constant tension and small skirmishes that kind of break out here and there. But having everyone there kind of helps them keep each other in check to avoid destroying everything.
I think maybe if they're going to be a city-state, maybe they should have their own. I think they should have access to some form of like advanced maybe infrastructure, because Babylon was where the wheel was invented, right? Like they were ahead. They were
probably
they invented some of the first things historically ever.
For sure. Like
I don't know.
I just
maybe
love
kind of ahead in some manner.
I love the concept of Babylon in general, just like so much, and I really want to do it justice somehow, because basically there are going to be like otherworldly powers as well. Like there's going to be aside from like the Light Lord or whoever the fucking Spaniards believe in, I also want some kind of like angelic system. So maybe these angelic systems kind of like supply their powers to like a particular people, like maybe the Babylonians, and maybe that's why they can hold themselves as well.
Oh, I wasn't okay. I actually just looked it up. Babylon invented the first written language and advanced geometry, astronomy, innovations, smallest innovations. I feel like they should just definitely be a lot more.
They
advanced.
were
Maybe like
they were the
like
ancient
Israel
Greek.
Kind of.
They were the ancient Greek to the ancient Greek.
So I'm wondering if they'd be like a modern day like Israel, kind of a small country, but like just with influence all over the world, like just kind of like extremely powerful for no apparent reason. Maybe just having a lot of money, for example.
Yeah, they have the power of money. That's literally it, the power of money.
Okay, yeah. Damn. Here's a thing. I feel like I knew a lot of this stuff. I'm just kind of remembering it. Yeah, Babylon's crazy.
Oh,
but respect on them for sure. Oh, let's see. Back to the Knights. Cleric 10 for healing. Hey, okay, that's gonna be like a post for one of the magicians.
Yeah.
Maybe they're like really petty about it, and they like hate it, so they only heal them up like partially, and there's just like some shit about that.
Yeah, they have the capability to heal scars, but they always intentionally leave them not fully healed.
And they like delay your healing. They only cast like weaker cures over time. So if you
for sure,
you're out of commission. They wouldn't be there.
I'll have to flesh out the healing system for them a bit first, probably. But yeah, I like that. Just some sadistic little fucker.
He's like, I don't want to be here. Like it's like an assigned post for like a semester.
Or maybe he only heals them fully in exchange for money or something.
That's like yeah, pay out foreign exchange. Maybe a foreign exchange thing.
Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe.
who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, they just got like a college youth there.
So I'm wondering if maybe you would have to take that post to learn maybe a certain form of healing. Would it matter? So this is for like a D&D
Yeah.
sort of campaign, right? Would you have to take certain?
Yes.
Maybe there's only so much time in the school year, and you could assign certain posts.
There
that you
is.
have to fit in kind of like certain classes you have to choose. Oh, there is. And if you
Yeah,
if you
so
don't
I've
have
got
time to
this.
learn them-
I've got this
Okay.
here, right here for you. Can you see that?
Yeah. Right. Okay, I see it. So maybe you could add if they take the post for a semester, so they're going to lose a semester to learn maybe something else. They would go to the night school for healing, and they could unlock a certain form of stronger healing. But that would
Yeah.
be in lieu of losing something else, maybe.
Yeah, I mean that's kind
That
of
could be the benefit for that.
it's kind of how like the exchange program I mentioned before works. Like you'll have the wizards come to the night school to learn like dancing and noble social etiquette, etc. So they get free time taken away from them, basically to develop their own magical skills in exchange for learning these other societal useful skills. Whereas like knights go to the mage school and they they basically learn a bit of an understanding of magic while there. I don't know if they'd necessarily be capable of using it off the bat, but it can generate the interest and the knowledge for them. So once they finish kind of like their swordsmanship studies, maybe they want to consider owning their own magical arts.
Okay. So, in D&D, is there a form of healing that affects like a full group, or is it all just like single target? Like, is it all just one person?
Yeah, at higher levels you do get like group healing, yes. So
Maybe.
in terms of that, basically what I intend on doing with like magic and healing systems is rather than like necessarily basically you start with only being able to select like a single target or a 5-foot area, and then as you kind of become more powerful, the number of targets or the size of the area that you can influence at once becomes bigger or more numerous.
Okay. Well, I'm wondering if maybe at lower levels you could only cast single target, but if you wanted to say, for example, heal in like a 5-foot area, maybe if you took that post, for example, at the Night Academy and it set you behind a semester in terms of like other advancement, you would learn early on how to cast a larger, maybe a small AoE heal, because you need to heal a lot of knights who are obviously doing a bunch of dumb shit.
Yeah. I like the idea in theory. What I'm thinking is when you do these exchanges, rather than basically accelerating your own skill set, it's more so you learn something from this other skill set. So maybe the cleric is made to work out while they're there, and they get like a bonus point to their strength or their dexterity or their constitution.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I think that's a simpler, more
is,
balanced way, rather than like a unique skill that any other cleric would otherwise miss out on. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I'm not thinking really in D&D terms. D&D is still kind of a foreign concept to me, I think, even at this point. So, yeah,
Hey, you're doing a good job with it.
See that. What would help with obviously I feel like clerics, one of the big things they could use is like chain armor. Maybe strength would help in terms of giving them a higher
Yeah.
AC.
Well, I think before worrying about what a cleric would gain from studying here, I think I would have to like flesh out their own archetype a bit more first, because yeah. But now I'm more so just focused on getting some of the knight stuff put together a bit better, if that makes sense.
Yeah, get the basics out the way.
For sure.
So something if we have an arena for dueling, dancing, level etiquette. Weapons.
So there's going to be
classrooms.
Maybe some kind of amphitheater just for lectures or something.
Okay.
Yeah, so rather than classrooms, maybe they don't have classrooms. Maybe they just get all the students together in amphitheaters for lectures, and then the practical applications. This is a very more physically dominated profession. They literally just like exercise and work out and fight.
Maybe there could be like part-time classes.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe you could maybe there's instructors there, and you could take their individual classes. I wonder if there should be some form of like strength building, where if you
for sure.
Okay. See, I'm wondering. I'm still not entirely sure how this works. Do you just like go to school and over time you just level up, or do you actually have to choose which classes to take to build your skill tree?
That is a very interesting question. So with the magic school, basically how I had it work is all the students would do the same kind of classes, but they would each specialize in a different state of magic. So there'd be like 4 disciplines of the magic school, the same class at the same time, but they'd be doing different things within that same class, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. So eventually it'd all kind of end up at the same point. I'm wondering if you could make it maybe a little bit more complicated. Not too complex. It would set you back overall from reaching your final level. In terms of or maybe you trade. No, that's probably too complicated. I wonder if there's like some form of like strength that you could just work on. Like
I imagine some of the classes may be based on like the physical traits of students, so like developing their strength or their reflexes or their constitution or whatever. And then other classes might involve like swordplay and techniques. Because in the case of wizards, basically, since they have power over a particular domain and they can do anything with that domain within terms of like their imagination or creativity. One of the things I've always disliked about D&D is martial classes literally just attack, attack, attack. So like if you're wielding like a big chunky two-handed sword, you can't just like spin in a circle and deal damage to everyone around you. So that's something I want to be able to allow martial classes to do, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe not exactly like that, but expanding your options where maybe you trade reaching your final. Maybe you can't unlock. Or
maybe
aura, but instead you take different classes to just have higher base stats, which you'll lose access to your final tier.
Or maybe they have some more unique classes, like so we mentioned before there might be an archery class even if they don't specialize in the bow and arrow. Maybe they can also do like a jousting class or like a horse riding class.
Oh, okay, horse riding for sure. Actually, that's a good one. Knights definitely need to learn how to ride horses.
Yes. So let's ignore all these randomized magic classes there. So we'll say knight classes. We kind of want a swordsmanship class, body strengthening class, archery class, etiquette class, a horse riding class. So ideally, I need at least 3 more minimum. So I'd say some kind of like dueling class, maybe.
Would it have to be different, maybe different forms? Maybe more of a defense, like.
Well, I think that's what the swordsmanship class might cover, basically.
Is there anything for like shieldsmanship or no?
I'd say swordsmanship itself will be the class that covers like sword and shield, dual wielding swords and then the two-handed swords. So they'll kind of be similar to the magic classes, where it's kind of got all three disciplines in the same class, just learning different things. So think more generalized, less specialized. But I like the idea of some kind of like workshop. Did you just say? So similar to how like the wizards like create their own wands. For the knights, that's a less of a one-off thing. They need to be able to learn to maintain their arms. So maintaining their blades, sharpening them, oiling them, keeping them stored correctly, something like that. And that could be like under a blacksmith / craftsman class where they learn to create and maintain their stuff.
Okay. So I'm thinking like you're thinking of other things. I'm wondering if there's like maybe a class just like a two-handed shield, unless you just want more generic classes. Like I'm thinking of different skills trees.
You're probably more thinking like different weapon types and shit, but this is specifically knights. So I think leaning into the class archetype of them being swordsmen and the different types of swords they wield specifically is the key feature. So I don't think they'd really use like dual wielding shields or one massive shield and no sword, if that makes sense. Like they could probably still do it. Like they have every right to do it. It probably just would be frowned upon and not openly taught within this high society institution.
Okay, well, if it's high society, along with noble etiquette, I guess it could be maybe music or art, or that could be kind of tied together, and then.
Yeah, because I don't know if I really want them to be like the musicy, artsy kind. I think they'd definitely be like some kind of like etiquette, politic dance course, if that makes sense. But
so maybe something else. What else? What did nobles used to learn?
I technically only need one more class, so.
Well, what would? Maybe something on. Do they care about religion or no? Maybe like.
Honestly, they might, because that's also kind of why they have the exchange with the clergy. Yeah.
Governing. If they're knights, if they end up being accomplished, they would need to know how to run a small domain. So maybe something in government, right? Maybe.
That is probably spot on, to be honest. I imagine like a lot of knights either serve feudal lords, or they are being trained to be the successor of their family.
Right. If they become maybe like or maybe if maybe the lord dies, they could maybe run the domain until the wife can die or something like that. I feel like knights should know how to run, at least have the
I agree.
idea of how to run a domain. Okay.
Because they're basically like nobles. I think that's a pretty good basis, to be honest. I'm just gonna quickly override these categories. Yep.
Maybe instead of religion, so I'm thinking like military. Maybe some form of.
I think. Well, the thing is, if we just get rid of religion and say politics governing instead, I only needed 8 classes, so that's actually the 8 I needed there, which is perfect. So if you come up with any ideas, feel free to let me know and we can add to the list and maybe combine some classes to condense things a bit better.
I don't know, I'm just wondering, because I had to learn maybe part of noble etiquette would be like ceremonies, because I had to perform ceremonies in the Navy, so I'm thinking something like that.
Yeah, that's kind of what the etiquette class might cover, like how to conduct yourself amidst high society.
And I wonder maybe archery though, and hunting. I feel like they need. Well, no.
Oh, hunting does sound interesting because I think that's more like a sport thing they would do as like part of a social club, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
So remember how all the lords and lasses used to take out the hounds and ride the horses, and basically all the foot soldiers would round up the prey and then allow the noble to just shoot it without having the chance of missing.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, good job. Good job.
You did it Yeah, and everyone just like stands up and gives them the golf claps.
Oh, yeah, wow, your shot is crazy from 8 feet away. Sorry, 2.5 meters. There it is.
There it is.
What else? What else would knights do?
Oh.
Well, obviously, if they're like anything like the Magician's Academy, I'm thinking along the lines of like their field trips or their outings, which hunting I think is a large part of it. Maybe hunting to level up.
Yeah, those aren't going to be a part. The field trips aren't really like part of the classes themselves. It's more like activities outside of the classes they do, which we can think of now as well. So the activities will include.
Well, that's what I was thinking of, something with hunting, because they would need the skills to accomplish.
Yeah. Yeah, hunting does tie in a bit better with that. So we've also got the field trips. I want a joint dungeon expedition with mages and clergy. Into graduation dance / prom.
Dungeon expeditions. Maybe hunting.
Interest
well, I guess hunting could all be included.
Night tournament. Yes, so one of the things I'm doing with the magic school is basically having like an intra-school tournament, which will basically be like competing in the sports or whatever in order to like overcome the opponents. So I mentioned briefly earlier, like the 8-ball thing is like a representation. The 8-ball thing, the billiards pool game is a representation of like kinematic magic, and some of the other magic sports they do involve racing around on levitating magnetic discs, and another one is basically a game which involves 2 mages, or wizards rather, having ice blocks, and they try to melt the opponent's ice block while keeping theirs like as solid as possible for as long as possible. I think that's technically from a regular Ed Magic High School, but
it was indeed.
Yeah. I heard that giggle. And then there's like and basically the acoustic / optics game is basically hide and seek, but since you're like bending sound and light, it's like really advanced hide and seek.
Damn. Actually, yeah. Especially if you can move that weight. For night classes, maybe if you're gonna put hunting for activities, I wonder. I don't know if you could make it how you would design the skill. I wonder if they would need to learn like strategy, unless that'd be different.
Oh no, that's a great fucking point. So there's definitely going to be some kind of strategy / tactics class. I think that'll be one of the most important, because these guys are intended to be like commanders, so there might even be some kind of leadership class. But one of the things I did with the magic classes is that there was a bit of an overlap. I would condense a bunch of like theoretical subjects into a single field. So we had like the world of magic covering like learning about magic in the environment, and learning about like magical artifacts in everyday life, and a bunch of like generalized stuff like that in a single class. So we can do that.
Okay. Yeah, I could see like you could put like dueling with like swordsmanship and. Okay. Now it makes sense. So you're just kind of getting a broader ideas. Yeah, I'm still kind of thinking what knights do.
Well, going back to the example I just mentioned of like the intra wizard tournament, how they kind of do their own thing there. I'm imagining like a knight tournament as well. So they'd probably do like some kind of archery contest, some kind of duel as well, along with the joust. Yeah, so I think that's the classic trifecta, which is good. So maybe rather than like 3 different schools of swordsmanship, maybe we have 3 different like classes of knight after all. Maybe we have the ranged knight, the sword and shield knight, and then the cavalry knight.
Ooh, okay.
Because that creates a bigger difference rather than just swordsmanship, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know about swords, just like basic like infantry, because there could be a knight with like a 2-handed weapon, so just like an infantry, cavalry, and then.
Yeah.
Damn, range archer. Okay, yeah, I see
And
that.
you don't really think of knights when you think of archers, but it was like a necessary skill for them. So maybe that one also has a lot of overlap with commanding, basically, like overseeing the battlefield, barking out orders, that kind of stuff. In any case, I'd say regardless of which, I think like those would still be necessary skills for any single knight, actually. So maybe the classification of swordsmanship still is a better criteria to separate them, and they all also do jousting and archery. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good trifecta of activities for a tournament, though, because I mean it gives roots to the classics. Like I'm looking at this, I've got a DVD right in front of me here. I think it's Hugh Ledger of what's his fucking name, Joker Boy.
Right.
Heath Ledger in A Knight's Tale. I don't know if you've seen that movie.
I have.
Yeah, no, I actually liked it a lot because that's what they do in that with the archery and the jousting and the dueling.
Fire. Yeah.
Honestly, I loved it. I loved it. The fucking guy who, yeah, bruh, no, I'll fucking put it on sometime and stream it for us, for real.
I'd watch it 100%.
Yeah.
Insane. I haven't seen that. How old's that movie?
I haven't seen it for at least a decade. It was
That movie's
it was like early
probably
2000s. Yeah, because
really is it that?
yeah, because remember, like when was The Dark Knight? That was like 2007 or something, and that was like around the time Heath Ledger died. So A Knight's Tale was before that.
God.
That was like early 2000s, early mid 2000s.
We're getting old. Oh my god.
We are.
Okay. I'm wondering if you could condense like well, not condense just yet. Along with leader where would like stewardship come into this? Maybe part of like
Ooh.
not even governing. 'Cause they would even,
Squires,
obviously knights
dude.
would take
No,
care
you
of
just
the-
gave
yeah,
me.
take care of their state.
You just gave me such a cool idea, because of course these knights would have squires, so maybe what happens is that those who get defeated in the... Maybe there's like a series of exams that leads to entry in the school. And the final round is a duel, and by the time of the duel, like there's a lot of people who were eliminated by then, but maybe in the final round, if you lose the duel, maybe you don't become eliminated. Maybe you become the squire of the one who beat you.
But it can only be one for. Oh, okay. Maybe it becomes 1 for 1. So everyone. Going
Yeah.
would just be. Okay. Maybe a secondary school nearby. That's a lot more rundown.
No, maybe the squires attend the Knight Academy with them, and they basically learn by watching, not rather than doing, and they're basically the ones who carry all the knight's equipment around, because they have a horse that needs to be taken care of, they have all these weapons and armor that need to be maintained. Maybe the squires have separate courses that they take to basically...
Maybe, didn't
Yeah.
squires become knights? I thought squires, because like you originally had like what pages?
I
know
think
squires became knights.
I think they eventually can become knights, but they're like knights in training, basically. So I guess in this case, these knights that are training technically are squires, and the teachers of the knights.
Right. So I'm just wondering about stewardship in the far, like for example, like if you're like a noble, right? You have your knights. Even if even if it wasn't one of the things they were known for, I know knights would take care of the estate. They would walk around and pretty much be like they would kind of run the estate. Well, I
The
guess
squires
you
would,
had your butlers.
yeah. I mean, it really depends on the person more than anything, because it could be a noble, it could be the knight, it could be the knight entrusting the squire to do it in his absence, whatever.
Yeah, I guess we could maybe not go too in depth, because knights actually did a lot.
Yeah.
'Cause knights definitely did like dance and shit like that, which we're not including.
Yeah,
Knights did
for sure.
Too much.
They like to boogie. Yeah, no, I'm thinking maybe just put. I like keeping Squire on the back burner for now, because it's definitely like a really fun idea that I would like want to do something with, if that makes sense. Because like imagine playing as a player character in a world like this, and no matter where you go, because of the class that you are, you literally just have a servant that follows you everywhere, doing whatever you want whenever you want. And you literally just get to bitch them and boss them around.
Which would also teach you leadership, as far as
Yes.
like
Or
Yeah.
it can teach you how to be a horrible person in power.
Well, if
It'll
you
be
ever tell someone what to do, it gets kind of hard. So that I feel like
Yeah.
having a squire for the knights in training, having a squire in training would be kind of shitty for them, but it would definitely teach them how to tell somebody what to do. I feel like you do need to be kind of cocky. You need to kind of have that air of
You need
someone that can tell
charisma.
people what to do.
Authority. Like
Yes.
you need to like to be in charge. When even if you don't like to be in charge, you need to be able to take the reins of being in charge when you have to.
That makes sense. But even if you weren't there, I mean, I'm sure there was bad nights. That you definitely need to be able to know how to tell somebody what to do. So the squires is definitely a good idea.
For sure, no.
I guess you have a lot of charisma, but you don't know how to tell somebody what to do. You're just gonna
Yeah.
kind of freeze
Because
up and be a clown.
Because similar to like how charisma affects paladin spells, like a charisma stat could affect a knight, the strength of a knight's aura, for example. If I even use a similar stat system, if that makes sense. But yeah, no,
Along with strategy and tactics, you should add like warfare because they would probably need to learn like history.
yeah,
Like,
for sure.
I guess it'd be the same. I'm just wondering if there's kind of I'm thinking how to like broaden the terms to give you a maybe
So history, national relations, etc. I think that'll fall under like the same category as like politics and governing, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I just don't know, along with tactics and strategy, I wonder if they would also need to learn about just general warfare. I don't know how that would tie in, or if that's even something you need to put.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
I
just thinking
can
of, like, keywords
I could
to
finalize
broaden
the overlapping a bit later, but no, I think this is like a really good like series of classes that a knight definitely would take.
Okay.
Hmm.
You know, I'm just thinking of keywords that would broaden my own term because I wouldn't think of like warfare in general. I think of like strategy and tactics, but in what sense? So then that'd be warfare, obviously. And then I think of stewardship along with like governing because I know you need to sometimes be a follower before you can be a leader. So maybe they should have to start as squires, maybe before they can use their aura. Maybe they're all squires when they first enter.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe there's a squire school somewhere out there prior to night school. But again, this they technically are knights in training, squires while they're at the school. So I'd say while they're at the school, they are squires, and when they graduate, that's when they become knights.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Hmm.
And then they could have their own, maybe. Well, I don't know if to go super in depth. I'm wondering like ranks within the school. Maybe the tournament winner. I don't know. Never mind. That's too in depth. See again. I think from like a story writing perspective, that's kind of what I'm talking about.
No,
Maybe
I
like
get
D&D.
you.
I want to get really in detail, which I know we're trying to avoid.
Nah, I'm fine with detail. It's just that the detail needs to. I mean, coming up with ideas for detail can help with the current process, but I need to come up with the general concepts before I flesh them all out fully, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely hyper focus on something and flesh out a full idea of something that doesn't even matter. When you don't even have the big picture yet, you're like, oh, that's great and all,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, no, I get you. But I'm thinking what we do now is like determine what classes might be in what years, because first year is generally going to be more theoretical. So I'd say this will be the year when they do body strengthening, because they need to be fit to be a knight. And they're also going to be doing like learning to blacksmith, workshop, craftsman, maintain, learning how to handle their own equipment, and then maybe some theoretical stuff like politics, governing,
I wonder
leadership,
if until like the second,
history,
maybe the first semester. I feel like the first year would be entirely physical training, and then learning the basic arts that you need to know. I feel like leadership would come next.
Yeah. Basically, how it's going to work is there's going to be basically 4 classes per year, and since the calendar year is a lot shorter, the schooling is a lot more intense and condensed. So they basically focus super hard on one subject per semester at any one given time and become as well versed with it as they can, and then they kind of just move on to other stuff. So The thing is, with building the body takes time. So if they start like the sorry, one second. If they start the body strengthening and training in like the first semester of the first year, and then they pretty much do like theoretical classes for the rest of the year, then by the time they start the second year, they're physically fit enough to be able to keep up with the more physically demanding intensity of the classes.
Makes sense, right? And if they're going to be doing dueling, if they're going to face the third year, they're going to get their shit rocked.
Yeah, so I'd say the second year will probably be like dueling, archery, horse riding / jousting. That'll be in preparation for like the tournament and whatnot.
I wonder. Yeah, okay. I think horse riding, jousting, maybe could be.
Tell you what, we need a class for aura, obviously.
Ooh. How would we? We're gonna introduce aura. Do you have an idea? I'm thinking aura of like monks. Is there any form of like monks that are gonna be part of any other culture?
Yeah, there's probably there's gonna be some like cultivation system in the east, but they're probably gonna be like more. They're probably gonna use like a similar form of internal energy, but it won't be like they won't be doing like glowing swords and shooting out sword beams. They'll probably be like doing palm prints and
punching rocks and making them punching boulders that explode. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're more of like an internal energy. Because I think how it'll work is maybe similar to the wizards. They'll go like on the field trip in the first year to these different places. How does aura manifest? Because ideally, they'll learn to start. They'll be building their aura all throughout the years in order to be able to learn use it in the third year. Or maybe they just or maybe then rather than having like a different stage of aura at every level, they just get access to all of aura at once and just learn to apply it in the different ways.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The other way, right? They get their full aura, but they can't manifest it in their full body just yet. They'd have to condense it to a certain part. That's kind of See, there's so many ways you could put that in, but my thing is, how would you learn aura? What would we call that? Like, what would you call the art of learning to use aura? Is there gonna be magic?
Well, I mean, sure. I'd say you'd have to like expand your learning outside of the academy, because the single academy at least won't teach both swordsmanship and magic. But
maybe
there are
when they do their with the magic school, right? When they do their condensed, maybe when they work together, you could upgrade your aura with each of your. Maybe at the end of the year, when you do your joint, they learn the basics of magic, but they misinterpret it. Maybe they'd be
It's difficult. I think for now we need to not worry about the answer to any kind of aura-related question. I think what we're going to have to do first is kind of build upon it and expand the rest of the class first. And once we kind of put the other pieces in place, aura is going to be like the final piece we put in to finish the puzzle.
Okay. Yeah. Well, honestly, I think you could just maybe the secrets of aura. Maybe knights don't have the same. Obviously, you want to have your separation of classes. I know you said we want to do this later, but I wonder if maybe knights don't have access to magic, and that's why they couldn't become magicians. And maybe they understand the theory of magic, but when they apply it, they can't access. See, that's where
magic.
You have your different idea of magic. It's different, right? That's what I'm thinking. Like, because I know in a lot of concepts, magic is controlling the energy in the air. Whereas maybe knights don't have the access to that, but you're applying this differently, so that's not going to work.
Well, the thing is, like I mentioned briefly before, how I want like a few systems that rely on like the respiratory network or the neural network or the blood flow network. Maybe those networks are incompatible with each other, but to be honest with you, I don't want to prevent a knight from being able to learn magic. I think more so the thing would be is that if they do like an exchange program, they probably just wouldn't be there long enough to be able to use magic, if that makes sense. Because even with the magic school, basically what happens is they don't actually start learning spells until their second year, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
So there is the justification via that kind of a learning curve method, which would kind of shut them out from being able to learn magic that quickly. And same with the mages not being able to do aura that quickly or whatever.
No, that makes sense. Obviously, it's for knights. It's going to be their blood.
Maybe
how would they control their blood flow? Maybe it's like some other like animation breathing technique. I don't know.
Yeah.
Back to that.
So meditative technique for blood flow to develop aura. That would be.
Why don't you just call it aura manipulation classes?
See, I asked, but I feel like we should blend it into another class. Maybe instead of calling it like, wait, scroll through their classes. Did you have like a strength building one?
I don't have like a full like list of classes out yet, but yeah, but basically like there is going to be all the different power systems. I just haven't really determined if I want there to be any overlap between those systems there. So like I mentioned earlier, there's going to be like the Greek and Roman Spartans and legions or whatever, and they will have like the spears and the shields and shit, but again, rather than relying on aura, they probably rely on like pure physical body surfing as well as like devotion to their gods. So they like summon thunder as they slam a hammer, and they're like Zeus shoots a lightning bolt out or something like that.
Let's go. They haven't mastered aura, but the god that they worship did for them.
Yes, exactly. So that's more so like the power of faith. Yeah. Okay. Alternatively, I could have aura as a second year class or a first year class as well, and that's kind of when they can start channeling it, and then maybe I can shuffle around one of those theoretical classes. So
you'd probably put in with body strengthening. Maybe part of the body.
Oh no, that's actually
self-control.
That's actually perfect. Thank you for even suggesting that. I don't know why it didn't like occur to me, but basically that won't be a class to like learn to use aura itself, but a class to learn to start channeling the requirement to be able to use aura, if that makes sense.
No, for sure. Even honestly, like historically, well, in like Japanese culture, they had to practice patience, which obviously people just wanted to go, swing sword and shit. They had to stand there and practice breathing air, and they're like, this sucks. Yep.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Part of body strengthening, maybe part of strengthening your body could be
yeah, because
your body in some concepts.
That's like similar to the cultivation system for like monks and shit. Because like basically a lot of the inspiration for the aura system I kind of want to use comes from a web novel called Damn Reincarnation, and basically how that works is it's just like a meditative practice which revolves in like magic power and blood flow or whatever you want to call it, which allows them to manifest some kind of visibly tangible aura around them.
Yeah, maybe you don't even need to explain it, to be honest. Like, even just going to the gym, there's some guys that'll just hold their breath and start deadlifting, and they don't take breaths, and they just pass out. And you're like, well, maybe you should have chanted aura. Like, you're supposed to breathe. Maybe it just comes naturally along with strength building. Maybe the aura just is something that's there, and you don't need to explain it. It's just something you learn to master through strengthening your body and understanding yourself.
Maybe, because I definitely want it to be different to the cultivation system, because the cultivation system I feel is going to be more breath and that feels like something that would benefit a lot more from like meditative practices. So I don't want the exercises that the knights do to be meditative, if that makes sense.
You know, I feel like it could just come with understanding your body. The more you train and kind of getting a better idea of mastering techniques, because even just going to the gym,
Yeah.
you go and start putting a big weight, you're gonna tear your muscles and like you got to understand your own body. So maybe as you understand yourself, it could just come
For sure.
The strengthening. It could just be
I mean,
something that comes naturally. And maybe they never fully understood it. I don't know.
I mean, the only problem with that is any kind of martial class anywhere in the world would theoretically be able to manifest aura itself as well. And while I don't necessarily have a problem with that in and of itself, the issue is more so if knights don't have aura unique to them. They don't really have anything unique to them. They're just guys with swords who make pretty lights.
No, maybe this is where the squires come in. Maybe they can claim the title of knight once they can control aura, and the knights at the school will teach them how to control.
Yeah, something like
maybe
that.
They become knights once they can start to manifest the aura. Maybe something, and that would come with a technique that isn't available. That's gate kept by the academy.
For sure, yeah, some kind of like national exclusive technique. So I definitely
explain it.
Yeah, I definitely want to lean into that a bit more, but I think we'll wait a bit before we kind of expand on it, because I'm just kind of like drawing blanks as to what kind of technique that would be, how it would work. As we said, we could just not explain it, but I kind of want to have an explanation for everything. I want it to be like a very realistic, interactable, scientific world where everything kind of like feels like it makes sense and falls into place, you know?
Just think of different forms of like swordsmanship, right? Obviously, there's 100 ways to use a sword, and everyone uses it differently. There's 100 different techniques for martial arts. All have the same sort of technique, but some are more lethal, some are more defensive. Maybe aura is just the way they manifest this, and they learn it here with a technique that's just not available elsewhere. Maybe you don't have to overly explain it and complicate it.
Yeah, no, you might be right. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna put it in the back of the mind for now, and hopefully not ever worry about it. But in the meantime,
I'm sure something will come. Yeah, something will just.
Yeah, for sure. I'm thinking for the second year, swordsmanship can be a separate class to dueling. Mostly because there's a difference between learning how to use a sword and then actually using a sword in combat.
Wait, I mean, you have deities, right? Maybe there's a dungeon. I'm sorry, I can't get off this, bro. Maybe the dungeon that they go to. Maybe that's where they learn their aura. Maybe there's a deity that controls aura, and knights who are deemed worthy can unlock their aura.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility as well, because I mentioned before, no, that's actually a good idea, because basically I mentioned before, like, I want some kind of joint expedition with the mages and the clergy, how they, like, go onto a dungeon delve or something, and part of how I want the level up...
The academy. You can't get to it unless you fight the whole academy. So if you want to
learn maybe. That's actually not a bad idea at all. So yeah, basically maybe there's something down there
spirits,
which gives them access to it. Because I want the leveling in this world to feel dynamic. So you don't get powers because you level up. You level up because you obtain power.
Think about Zelda. Remember the wells with the spirits? Maybe you go, if you clear the dungeon, a lesser spirit that's really kind of forgotten, that kind of unlocks your aura, and the lesser spirit helps you channel aura, and every knight is endowed with a lesser spirit. That's kind of just random, right? Maybe and they all live within this dungeon. That's maybe the Knights Academy was built here
because of this
dungeon. And that would
Knight
be the reason
location intentionally built atop the dungeon. No, I like that a lot, especially for like the for the reason why the Knight Academy is specifically built there, because like location is very important for that kind of thing, and it
Instead of
kind of
religion,
gives.
yeah, like a greater spirit kind of protects it, and then they endow you with a lesser spirit. Who, okay.
Yeah, because yeah, no, I do like that a lot because I needed like having some kind of purpose for like the expedition apart from just like experience is a good measure. So maybe some kind of joint temple, or maybe some kind of just like rather than even a dungeon, just some kind of like chamber underneath the school grounds. Maybe there's just like a rupture of energy in the earth, which these students learn to harness, basically.
Okay, yeah, that could work. And then
Yeah,
as you
because
learn
I
to
like
harness that aura, you get better. You can harness it better. Okay, yeah, that could work. Yeah, something like
yeah,
that. But it's
so
only
I
in
like
this
that a lot more.
location where the Knights Academy
Yes.
is. That
Yeah,
works
so
too.
now,
Perfect. Yep.
what is this energy? Where did it come from? Why is it there? Is it some kind of remnant from a giant, a dragon, a deity, or is it some kind of natural state of the world?
See, my
Or
issue with that
maybe,
is why I think it should be the lesser spirits is because you said it's your blood flow, and I think the spirit that you become more attuned with would manage your blood flow for you as you build your relationship with the lesser spirit. And that's why
yes.
that kind of covers the whole blood flow thing,
Or,
unless you just want it to be a separate energy, but that would be different from your original thesis.
yeah, or alternatively, maybe it's like a sword in the stone scenario, and this location is where the founding emperor of the Kingdom of Knights, like, kind of put in his blade, and his blade's what's like permeating this aura, and maybe this knight was like originally some kind of demigod, kind of walking or roaming the earth, and he's like the knight progenitor or some other shit like that.
Okay, yeah, maybe. What would the
Maybe it was a power that
maybe-
was unique to him.
That would make sense. Maybe they can see within themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
maybe they go
he's
into the chamber. They can see within themselves, and they can channel their own heart and use it to
Yeah,
channel
yeah.
their own blood faster. Okay, that could work. Okay,
yeah,
something
and
like
maybe
that.
and
Either way,
maybe all of
it has to
these
be here.
knights, maybe all of these knights are descendants from this guy's lineage.
But then
So
everybody can become knights.
that explains that explains the blood flow thing. They have to have his blood to be able to do this.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
foreigners can't use aura. It's perfect.
There we go.
We got there somehow. I have no idea which fucking rabbit hole we went down to. We went down for that, but I think that is all the credit to you, buddy. Thank you for that brainstorming session.
I don't know. That's the. I'm telling you, it's gonna pop at some point. We always need to kind of throw some ideas, and then
Yeah, I
gatekeep
mean,
it. Has to be
that's how
here.
it works.
But what if?
Yeah.
But see the see.
I mean, if
what
we
if-
don't-
what's
we
not
don't
prevent you
even-
from going somewhere else.
Well, we
Well, I
don't
guess- yeah, I guess
even
you don't wanna walk
need.
around. Okay.
Yes, we don't even need the location necessarily in that case. I think it's more of like a symbolic right, if anything. If we have like
Yeah.
a knight, if it's more of a like a
What if-
bloodline thing.
Yeah, maybe that knight was buried there. So maybe they have to drink his blood, and it gives them the power to control their own. Something edgy like that.
Yeah, I'm just
maybe
gonna
they
write a
drink-
bunch of random knights now. Oh yeah, maybe they drink his blood. Yeah.
If they drink the water down there that's endowed with this spirit, and they control. I don't know, something. Either way, it has to be gate kept here, which keeps it
Yeah.
here. That's what. Okay. No, that's the key right there. I think we found the key to locking it with the Knight Academy. Okay. Cool. What else did you want to work on after that, or before that? Obviously, we
Let me just finish typing down these notes. So the demigod sword / body / blood / aura is left underneath the academy, and students have the opportunity to use (it) to learn to harness aura for themselves. To this extent, the Knight Academy is heavily guarded, and foreigners can't use aura. No, I love that. I love that a lot, honestly. And that's why the Knight Academy itself is so prestigious, and why so many people want to go there and everything too.
Yeah, hell yeah. Okay,
Yeah, no worries. still with us, Mummy?
What's up?
Oh, I was just seeing if you were still awake.
Yeah.
What is it, 4:30 a.m. for you now?
Yeah. You're right on the dot.
It's crazy to me to realize that your guys' personal time zones are in sync with mine, even though I'm on the other side of the planet.
I mean, yeah.
Like, it's 7:30 p.m.
Yeah.
And we're probably gonna go to bed around the same time.
No, I might later.
Yeah? Alrighty. Well, do you have any ideas yourself for any other kind of night classes here? Because I honestly have no idea what I'm going to do with this third year unless I bring some of these theoretical classes down.
God, you really shoved it on the first years.
Yes, which is why I'm thinking of bringing some of them down. So we'll think maybe
I feel like you should remove. I feel like you should move politics down.
Yes, no, I agree. Politics and governing.
I feel like politics and governing should be more of a third year thing in general.
I agree. Because 15-year-olds don't care about the state of the world.
They're little dweebs. You need to get them. You need to get them ready.
Yeah, so I'll say politics and national relations under one thing, and then maybe governing under another. Because there's a difference between like external relations and internal
governing leadership.
Governing, yeah. Oh yeah. No, leadership is good there. So first years can do history. That seems good for them. And maybe we can like separate tactics, strategy, warfare somehow. Are
you going to teach them about the other classes? Are you going to teach them what mages do?
Well, they are going to have a few exchange programs.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, so they'll probably learn about that while they're there, rather than within their own school, if that makes sense.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
Because I don't think, like, first years really need to know about strategy and warfare. So I think that might be a more third year thing. But I'm unsure about tactics, because tactics could technically still kind of overlap with the other two, but it can also be its own separate, standalone thing in first year too. I just realized I don't have adequate down anywhere, so maybe I'll do that here. Adequate. So that's going to be different for like...
third year should be really all of that stuff that was... All of the social stuff should be in the third year, I feel like, when they're a little older.
Yeah. I think maybe adequate can be first year?
Yeah, I mean, they need to know how to talk to their peers.
Yeah, it's mostly just like starting them early on the softer stuff so they don't make more mistakes later. So, because discipline will be a big thing for them. So I'll say adequate/discipline. Because that'll really help with their training too. Which kind of makes it easier to keep tactics with strategy and warfare down there. So I pretty much just need one more class, really. But my brain juice for classes is currently running low.
What?
What else would a knight do? Can be like supply line logistics. something like that. I don't know if that kind of
What
like
about
fall under
defensive
warfare.
class? Like
Oh
you're having
no,
you're
you
not
just
having anything touching on defense.
no, you just gave me a really good idea. So I'm sure you might have had something in mind with defense, but what I was thinking is like siege warfare, both attacking and defending,
Yeah, there you go.
because that's a much more specialized thing. Because this is more like battlefield strategy and warfare and tactics, and then like sieges are their own entire thing.
I mean, yeah, you would need a defensive type thing, defending attack, like that.
Yeah. So one for battlefield, battlefield strategy, warfare tactics, and then siege warfare strategy and tactics. Cool. That sounds perfect because
I feel like there's a big difference between attacking and defender. Also,
for sure. I mean, regardless of whether it's like the sieging or the battlefield, I'd say both attacking and defending would be incorporated under like the single class, if that makes sense.
yeah, no.
But no, that was a good idea. Thank you. So now, I've got to fill this all in. So, first year is definitely going to be body strengthening. And I'd say fourth semester will definitely be the craftsman workshop. Because they'll probably
make them work in the workshop when it's cold, because it'll keep them warm.
Yes, perfect. They're probably gonna want to learn adequate discipline sooner than history.
Yeah, open up with adequate.
I would say yes, but I think it's more important to like start strengthening their bodies physically. Otherwise, I would say yeah.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
So that can be second semester. Cool. Second
and they're
year.
only taking one class a semester?
Yes. So basically, the timeline is you can see like how a single time works here. So like 200 days a year. There's only like 4 months per year, which is basically one month per season. And each season only has like 5 weeks per season, and each week is like 10 days. So it's basically 50 days a semester, which is one class over the 50-day period. But even then, when you count like holidays and weekends, it ends up only being like 30-something days per thing. But outside of the direct classes themselves, there also might be a week where they go on a field trip, or a week where they have some kind of tournament or other activity. So again, the class itself is more like over a 2 to 3 week period by the end of all that. So I think it's a reasonable balance to like concentrate and jam as much as possible of everything as possible into it during that time. Cool. Well, second year, they're definitely going to start with swordsmanship, because that's the thing. And definitely end with dueling. And I would say learning to like ride a horse and shit is probably more important than a bow and arrow.
If you want to like drop one of the things, it would be like weapon mastery class. So you combine it all in one.
Yeah, I think swordsmanship itself is going to be like the weapon mastery thing, because I think the knights are pretty much going to be forced to be limited to using swords specifically, just because there's a very I'm going for a specific kind of flavor for each of these gameplay classes, if that makes sense. So wizards use wands, knights use swords, Spartans use spears, things like that. So you're not gonna see a samurai running around with a fucking mace instead of a katana.
Why the fuck not?
I'm not saying they can't. Like, if a player wants to do that, they have every right to do so. But the worldview at large, it's generally going to be frowned upon, if that makes sense.
I guess.
Alrighty. Then third year. How do we want to do the class order there? I imagine battlefield strategy followed by siege warfare would definitely be standard order. They'd probably learn to be... Oh, let me see. They'd probably learn to be leaders before they learn to be politicians. Which will leave everyone's favourite of politics and national relations for last.
Fun.
Alright, well, with that said, from what little you've seen and heard, Mummy, would you rather be a knight or a mage?
I like magic. I would always be a mage.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Because, I'm not sure if you heard earlier, but what I want to do, if I can, is have like one D&D group basically plays the mages and the other plays the knights, and they basically go to school at the same time, and then we have like joint expeditions where you guys go on adventures together, and then you like do the tournaments together, and then you guys have like the joint graduation prom at the end of it. So that's kind of what I think I'm going to try to organize once the current campaigns are done, based on seeing whoever's interested. We might even have new faces, we might lose some faces, but I personally just think that'd be fun as fuck.
Did you decide Blackwater to be a
monk?
Undead, or did he pick that?
He picked that. Why do you ask?
Because they can't speak common.
Yes. Well, he technically can speak and understand common. It's just that he
can't speak.
He himself has
No,
he himself has decided he cannot speak because he decided his character doesn't have a fucking lips.
I mean, we could fix that.
Yeah, but I think he's intentionally choosing to basically play mute. So even if you fix it, I don't know if he'd speak.
I'm like tempted to like.
Yeah. Welcome back, Big P. We finished the classes while you were gone, but yeah, what are you tempted to do?
I mean, What's gonna stop us to go to a fucking morgue and steal a less than 10-day-old body and like replace his face with something that
The
works?
police.
Just decapitate him and replace his head with someone else's and see what happens.
I mean, even like I was reading about it. It's like they replace their jaw all the time because it's like one of the most common things to break.
Yeah, like how Frankenstein do you want to make him? You gotta
It could be horrid.
get different body parts from all these different species of creatures and just make this like ultimate undead behemoth monster.
Wait, what do you mean? What is stopping you? Whether it's your morals, your religion, being shot at by security. I mean, there's a lot of things that are stopping you. What is starting you from doing that is the real question.
that's facts.
By the way.
Yeah.
Not as what?
His D&D character.
Hey.
We're gonna piece them together.
I mean, I do intend on having some kind of undead race in this world, and maybe that's how like the flesh or skeletal-based undead become stronger. They evolve by like attacking other creatures or species that are stronger than them, and and just basically taking body parts for themselves. That sounds metal as fuck.
They're literally just leveling up then. But instead of
for real.
getting experience, they just take their parts.
No, that is the experience-based system.
Wait a minute.
I love that.
This before.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, it literally works out then. Perfect.
Yeah. But yeah, no. While you were gone, we finished the classes as well. So first year is going to be body strengthening, adequate and discipline. Oh, wait, did I fuck up? Shit. I think I fucked up.
No.
I got adequate and discipline, and then discipline.
Oh no. What did we drop?
Shit. What did we drop? Okay, so body strengthening, adequate and discipline, the craftsman's workshop. That's the first year.
Stewardship.
Maybe. Then we have swordsmanship, horse riding and jousting, archery and dueling at the second year. Then we have battlefield strategy, siege warfare, governing and leadership, and politics and national relations for fourth year. Swordsmanship is at the top year of the second year.
Oh, okay. What did you drop?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Turn back the stream.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are watching, do you want to see if you can like just scroll back in the stream and see if you can find a frame which has all of the ones listed on the side? Thank you. I don't know how I did that.
Let's see. Aura. Gifts link for squires.
No,
Politics,
but
smithing, leadership.
I'm not sure if we'll need. I'm not sure if we'll. Oh, history. History is the one. Thank you. You are correct.
Perfect.
That is it. Good job, buddy. You don't need to scroll back, mummy.
We did it.
You messed that up. Square one.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember I was talking to you at the time, and I was like, okay, they would probably do adequate before history, because history is not as important to learn sooner. I like remember articulating it. So as soon as I heard Barbara say history, I was like, yep, that's the fucking one. Alright, no, that's good though. I think that's a good foundation of a full 3 years of classes, so thank you for helping with that, guys. You actually helped a lot.
Hey. Are they gonna break them down more?
What's that, sorry?
Then you're gonna break them down more and what they learn on?
Maybe.
Because for me, this might be a good place to call it. It's about 3 in the morning.
Yeah, no, it's about 8 PM here, and I don't know how much longer my headset's going to last either, so this might be a good place for me to stop too. But no, like, you guys have helped heaps, so thank you for chilling with me the past couple hours. I appreciate it.
Hey man, it's been fun. I love this stuff. I just can't get to
Yeah.
it because I'll literally drop everything and spend the next 6 months doing this shit again.
Yeah, no, I was honestly surprised to hear that you'd like done your own thing with it before. So no, it's been cool. But yeah, I mean, feel free to join me like either on VC or in chat anytime, or don't if you're afraid you're gonna get addicted to it. I just like having some company.
I don't know. I'll come and throw some darts at your world. I got you.
You always show up for the boys.
But I wanted to write a story, but like my biggest pet peeve is a story that isn't consistent. Because I'll be reading a book 7 chapters later, and I take like points of like the laws and physics of the world, and I'm like, doesn't make sense because, and I'll go back 7 books. And then,
yes. No, I just like that too.
Like, oh, I forgot. I'm like,
That's...
what do you mean you forgot? This is your world. Oh, I hate you.
That's why I'm being very meticulous with this. So if you end up wanting to like write a story based on this world at some point, you're more than welcome to. Yeah.
I don't mind helping you build it, and then if you wanna give me the notes.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Just for some
fun. I mean, if you want, like, I can give you access to like view this anytime you like, because basically all you need to do is sign up with your email. You don't even have to pay anything, and you can literally just go in and pick around whenever you want. But if that's something you interested in, just let me know and I'll have to send a share link to you, basically. So I'll leave that up to you to decide in your own time.
Yeah, that probably will be like the next year or so.
I mean, there's nothing there at the moment anyway, so it's literally just the magic school and the night school that we've started building. But
I'll start theory crafting on my own. I'll be able to sleep.
I'm honestly just like, Yep.
I know I used to write like short stories, and one that I really wanted to build on was one that I had actually wrote while I was like probably one of my favorite ones. I need to find it in some notes somewhere. It was about it's called The Dreamer, and it was set in a futuristic society where there was science that had kind of eclipsed magic society, right? And they were hunting the rest, and actually, if I remember, technically magic is limitless. Like science is crazy, but what you can do with magic, right? You could theoretically just wipe out, like you could summon a nuke, right? Like there was no limit. So how did science end up winning? And what happened was there was a magician born with the ability. So there was ability users, and his particular ability was to make his dreams a reality.
And so he dreamed for science to win.
No. He was being controlled, drugged. He hadn't been so he's being kept somewhere, in prison, pretty much like locked up. He's unable to sleep. They don't let him sleep, so he can't dream. But because of the drugs, he's been awake for years. But he starts to daydream. So the idea of the story is he daydreams up a family. But the stress of wanting to protect his family starts to like imagine what would happen if, what if his family was attacked? And he starts thinking about that, and he's daydreaming. So, but because he's dreaming it is a reality. There is a family. He does have a family that exists in this world. And he starts, thinking what would happen if my family was attacked, and the family ends up getting attacked because he dreams it into reality. And
oh shit!
The mother is killed, and the story is set around the son who's trying to find the murder of his mother and father, only to eventually find out that it was his father. It's just crazy. There's a lot more to it, but it's fucking nuts. Yeah, like that
actually sounds really interesting. Yeah.
I thought that while I was taking a turd, bro.
Hey, I mean,
I'm like, oh my god.
shower thoughts. But shit thoughts. All right.
I was sitting there like thinking like this is fun, and then I was like, wait, this is crazy. This is a story, and then.
For sure. No, I love that. But I mean, yeah. I mean, it's 4 a.m. for you guys. Don't let me keep you if you need to fucking sleep.
It's 5 a.m. for almost. She's crazy. Your sleep schedule is
5 a.m. God damn.
You're
Nothing. I
Woman,
slept after work.
Woman, you go back to work in 2 fucking days.
I do this every weekend.
Every weekend?
Pretty much. Yeah. More often than that, yeah.
Lifestyle.
Christ, so crazy.
It's crazy though. Anyway,
yeah.
You guys. I'm gonna call it right here.
Yeah, peace.
Well, Time to hop in bed.
Yeah.
Good night. Good luck with the world building. I'll be around.
Good night. Yeah, no, I'll probably finish up here too, because again, I've been going for like a solid. Let me see. When did I say I was going live? 3:20. So I've been doing this for about 4.5 hours.
Twitch says 5 hours.
5 hours. Okay. Wow. Yeah. No, I'll wrap up here then. Well, thank you again for joining me, and hopefully, well, I know I'll see you guys again soon, but feel free to join me again soon here too.
Of course, man, always. Night, guys.
Bye.